very, very higher up within the entire Iranian regime, David. You are the investigation journalist, so tell us.
And this is not a mole. We're talking about a regime that has millions of people inside the country who are opposed to the regime.
I'm just going to ask for some fallback audio in the studio so our Ambassador Rajiv Dogra can also hear you. Yes, go ahead, David. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we saw, for example, in the conflict with Hezbollah, where the Israelis managed with the beepers to supply the Hezbollah, communication network that started exploding on them. The Israeli, I would say, informants in Iran are many everywhere. This is effectively how the Americans and the Israelis have done it.
Your thoughts?
Well, I think it works both ways. Yes, of course, Mossad claims it has a considerable network, and all the actions by Israel and Iran over the last couple of years point to that fact. There have been some very, very daring and adventurous attacks by Israel in Iran. So it cannot happen without having human hint. But on the other hand, Iran must also have some Palestinian moles within Israel. That is why, besides the satellite intelligence that China is providing, it has reasonably accurate information about where the Israeli generals are meeting, because there's a report that one attack took place on that particular meeting. So it works both ways, and it's also a lesson for India that we may have good information all through, we have excellent agencies, but there is need in this present day world to have 100% accuracy.
Yes, and to have precision hitting like the BrahMos did, that this is not something that both the Iranians and the Israelis have been able to do, and neither of their air defense systems are impenetrable. The Israelis are now seeing that their three-way defense system that has arrows, that's got David Sling and also the Iron Dome, it's quite vulnerable because there have been a lot of hits that have happened. Meanwhile, drone hit the British military base in Cyprus, and locals and UK officials are confirming this, that there has been a hit at the British military base in Cyprus. So clearly, this after the UK came out and said that they will offer logistical help to the Americans. Sanjay Suri is joining us live. Sanjay, you were in Beit Shemesh. What did you see? There is a lot of debris, 9 people killed, many injured. That death toll could go up. It was a civilian area not far away from an Israeli military installation. But where are you now? And are those projectiles still flying in the skies? Is the Israeli defense, air defense, working well? Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, I'm here back in Tel Aviv. And Beit Shemesh was, of course, a tragic incident. This was a direct hit on a synagogue. We are told that there is a military base close by, but there's a military base close by to almost any place in Israel, depending upon how close you measure close. So we do not know whether this was intended, whether this was a miss-hit, whether it was aimed at a synagogue. What is certain is that in one attack after another, the famed Israeli defense system is not quite working in as foolproof a way as a lot of us had imagined it would. So there are chinks in the defense, and the Iranian missiles are getting through. We heard a lot of threats from very senior Iranian leaders that they would be able to penetrate these defenses, and we were not certain whether that was due rhetoric or whether there was some substance to it. But this is just now the very start of this. This is going to go on for weeks, if not longer. If this is the kind of penetration that Iran is able to manage, and they have said that they're holding on to their yet more devastating missiles, then certainly Israel can see yet more hits than it has so far.
Well, they've just launched, issued a warning, the Iranians sometime back. Tom Cooper is back with us in the studio. You stay safe, Sanjay Suri. Did you see that warning where the Iranians have warned Israelis to stay away from civilian areas near military installations. They have said, if you know your military installations, stay away from them because we are launching our superior ballistic missiles. Now, we got more news coming through. Amazon's AWS has temporarily cut power at a UAE data center after unidentified object struck an availability zone, causing a fire and brief service. Now, so supply chains are now being hit, or there are corporates who are getting involved. Akanksha joins us with more. Yes, Akanksha.
So you hit the nail on the head, Anand. They're saying that their availability right now and perhaps their services are going to bear the impact of. And at roughly 4:30 a.m. is what the local time that's being reported so far of this entire attack was. This was the Amazon data center in the UAE. So UAE, as you can see, is bearing the maximum brunt of this. It also happens to be one of the key sort of hubs for commerce and trade, and we'll have to see how they will be able to go ahead and even protect their supply chains right now. It's in fact caused a fire, even a halt to the services at the moment. So we'll have to see how much time will Amazon take to actually even resurrect this data center. But at around 4:30 a.m. PST is what we're being told.
Right. Thank you for that. Tom Cooper and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra were discussing something between themselves. What was it?
Yes, we are discussing latest calculations regarding the number of remaining interceptors missiles in US and Israeli arsenals. And if Iranians continue like this for 2 or 3 days, the Americans and Israelis are going to run out of
Interceptors.
anti-ballistic missile interceptors, yes.
So what's the way that they can actually counter the UAVs so that they can save the interceptors for the ballistics? Because what you said, and please explain it to our viewers, is that they are hiding the ballistics behind their the new ones and the more potent ones, behind the old ones and the UAVs.
If you permit me to
Yeah,
move
yeah,
over
please,
to
please,
the map.
please. You don't need permission. It's all
It's
yours.
easier to explain.
Yeah.
Look, so far we have primarily seen strikes on targets in northern and western Iran.
Okay.
So up to Tehran, to this
Okay.
line, and down to Bandar Abbas.
You want a pencil? Yeah,
No,
go ahead.
It's
Yeah.
okay, don't worry.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any kind of strikes, at least I haven't seen any kind of strikes up on targets in central and eastern Iran. And this is where Iranians are hiding their heaviest, longest ranged weaponry. It means they can still shoot over at Israel as they like. That is the point. So unless they find a way to destroy these missiles before they are launched, there is going to be a problem. We have seen last night and this morning there were reports about US B-2 bombers using bunker buster bombs,
Yeah.
and B-52s even using bunker buster bombs to destroy some of these so-called missile cities. And this is precisely because of that. They are trying to destroy these underground facilities. Problem is now the following. Bunker busters, this is a so-called BLU 109 warhead. They are penetrating specific depth,
Yes.
50, 60 meters. And the Iranians began constructing their underground missile cities few years after they have entered service in the United States, precisely below that depth.
Precisely below the depth. But so they'll have to have not 1, 2, but 3 bunker busters, one after the other, to have any impact below 60 meters. If it is, let's say, 100 meters, 120 meters down.
Depends on the hill above.
Yeah, and then they'll also have a concrete layer that will have to be busted. So that's not going to be easy to do. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra?
You know, I'm thinking from the Indian viewpoint, because interception and interceptors, there is the result which is before our eyes. Israel, the report said, was trying to sell Iron Dome and Iron Beam to us. Iron Dome, as both of you have explained very well, has not acted the way it should have acted. But what about the Iron Beam?
That is the point. Iron Dome is actually a short-range system. It's designed to intercept short-range artillery rockets, mortars, and artillery shells. Iron Beam would be a longer-range system.
But Iron
What
Beam
about,
is very cost-effective, and it's laser, if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
The Iron Beam? Or
Yeah,
Iron
Iron Beam.
Beam.
Iron Beam.
I don't have the details now by heart, but It could be, yes, that this is laser guided.
is.
Yes.
The larger question is, the Israelis, the Americans don't seem to have a solution for the kamikaze drones.
No.
A cheaper, more effective. Because a kamikaze drone somewhere is just around $20,000.
This
Right?
is now the paradox in this situation. Excuse me to interrupt.
Yeah.
The problem is this. The Iranians are releasing lots of UAVs in direction of Israel as well. And most of US efforts in this regards are concentrating on defending Israel.
Right.
But they are not protecting all of their allies in the Persian Gulf, or very little in comparison to Israel.
Right.
Because you can be certain that the Americans have their combat air patrols. Let me use.
What we're going to do is, Tom, we're going to come back to this conversation. I'm
Okay.
compelled, we're coming to the top of the hour, so we're going to close this conversation for the moment, but it continues on the other side. Stay with us.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
And
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something, not a war which is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite, and they have never changed their views for the last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a stream that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing, on your.
Viewers, the rolling coverage. The war is widening, it is deepening. And I can tell you, viewers, that there is a palpable sense of unease amongst US allies. They don't quite know what to do now. They didn't expect this. Iran has completely changed and opened the theater. It is using unconventional sources. It is using all sorts of other proxies. It is also using a number of its drones to harry some of the US's allies. It is punishing these allies for standing with Trump. It is punishing these allies for providing bases to America. It is punishing these allies, viewers, for siding with what Iran says is the great Satan. Trump was thinking that he would get an off-ramp, that by decapitating the Iranian regime, he thought that he could go back to the American public and say, look, I have achieved what no other US president could have achieved. Unfortunately for him, the Iranians, though degraded, though decapitated, are in no mood at this point in time, are in no mood to throw in the towel. They're digging deep, their backs are to the wall, and they're beginning to start a very calibrated response Whether it will add up too much, I can't say, viewers. But clearly, it is upsetting the timelines that America perhaps had set for itself, and even Israel. They were thinking this is going to be a quick in and out. We'll soften up the Iranian leadership. We'll knock out enough of them. Of course, we have Tom Cooper with us. We have Mr. Dogra with us. These are one of, the world's and India's top analysts. We're going to break down this story, but viewers, the defining visual came this morning, and I'm going to show you that defining visual. You remember what Trump said about Operation Sindoor? He said when India lost Rafale, we lost the war. That's what he said, viewers, if you remember that. He said it not once, but he said it several times, and he made those gestures. This is karma coming back, viewers, to bite Trump. This is what happened. An American jet coming down, friendly fire. And guess what, viewers? Authorities in the UAE are now saying there could have been multiple fighter jets. So he was getting great kicks, Trump was, when a few Rafales allegedly went down. Now, viewers, his pilots are bailing out. His jets are hitting the ground. Will Trump come out saying that I've lost the war? No, viewers. This is the problem with reckless commentary from reckless leaders. They don't know their red lines. And what we are seeing, viewers, is this F-15 hit by friendly fire. Tom, what happened here? What do you think happened? Come and talk about this. Let's talk about it. Look at this death spin. It's going slowly. It's floating almost. Come to me. Come to me. This is an interesting visual because this was the least expected. This is happening over Kuwait, I think.
There is another video showing the hit, actually. So the missiles scored a direct hit somewhere in the rear of the aircraft, blew up both engines. So they're both afire, and the control surfaces are out of control. So that means that the control lines in the aircraft are out. The pilot cannot steer the aircraft anymore. So everything that was left for the pilot and his weapon systems officer in the rear was to eject, and one of them is visible on the video. This was an F-15E. You can see this by targeting navigation pods visible under the intakes. Not clearly visible, but they're there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these bulges visible on the video. What happened? The problem is this US jet was probably involved in intercepting UAVs, low-flying UAVs. But due to miscoordination with the Kuwaitis, their identification friend and foe systems were not synchronized. And therefore, the Kuwaitis did not recognize this US Air Force F-15E as friendly. They have opened fire and shot it down.
So this is someone bungling the chain of command. You're saying this is what happened. How does this happen?
This is the following. They didn't expect Kuwait to be dragged into this war. Whether Kuwait, nor United Arab Emirates, nor Bahrain, or whoever else. Therefore, they didn't care to coordinate with the Kuwaitis on time. And now they have to make do with whatever they have to improvise. And in this case, this proved nearly deadly for this crew.
Nearly deadly. And the crew came down. We're going to just show you those pictures of the two pilots ejecting, and one of them then was shown sequestered. Those are the parachutes opening, and they've come all the way down. And one of them was sequestered in the back of a car. And we have pictures of that also. He's sitting in the back of the boot of the car. And basically, viewers, everyone else has formed a circle around him and saying, keep back, keep back. Because, viewers, as you know, America is not very liked. Kuwait's leadership might be in alliance with the Americans, but the public reaction is different on the ground. The public in these Muslim Arab countries, they may see Iran as an adversary, as a civilization adversary, or call it what you want to, or even a recent adversary. But still, there is a larger concept of Muslim brotherhood, and American pilots hitting the ground, they're not going to be treated well. So luckily for him, viewers, he fell on friendly soil. He fell in Kuwait, and there were enough people to quickly come and form a circle and keep him okay. We don't know what the situation is with the other one because we don't have those pictures, but there you can see him in the back of that car.
With the flag, probably.
That's right.
Or unit in Zion.
Yeah. Can we pull out these pictures a little bit? Can we pull back so that they're not so blurred, because we just want to get it. That's his face. You can see his face. Now, viewers, this was one visual, but we're being told, and there's a lot of chatter, and I don't know how accurate it is, but I'm just bringing it out to you because there is talk that perhaps some American bases are facing some amount of pressure. Now, I don't know if they've been hit, Some people are speculating that there have been hits on US bases. What are you hearing, Tom, from your larger ecosystem?
There have been hits.
There have been hits.
On almost all the US bases in the Persian,
So let's pull out the
Persian
map.
Gulf area.
Let's pull out the map. Yeah, let's pull it out. I want Tom to go over this map and let's talk about which are these bases which are finding it a little difficult or they're facing the heat. Yeah.
Indeed, the newest report is that the Incirlik air base outside of Adana in Turkey.
That's in Turkey. Can we go to the map
I'm
that
going to go
shows?
over here.
Okay, let's go to this map. There we are. Let's come in closer. Yeah. There we go. This is one Cyprus, and that's, yeah, we'll just.
Waiting for it to open.
There. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, we also got it on the wall, by the way.
Incirlik is here near Adana.
Okay.
In southern Turkey.
Right.
This is a NATO base with nuclear weapon storage facility.
Wow.
So 20-something nukes are usually
And
held
is that,
over there.
is that the reason why the IAEA has just come out with a statement saying that, look, we've got to be very, very careful? That statement we've been reporting over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Probably.
Because this is Adana, and you're saying that this is where?
This is a nuclear weapon storage facility.
Nuclear weapon storage facility.
Yes, the NATO is holding his so-called nuclear warheads for which there is a dual key arrangement, which means these weapons can be used by Turkish Air Force in the case of a nuclear attack on NATO. So nearby, and there were reports about this already yesterday, there is Akrotiri Air Base. I think this is here somewhere on Cyprus. This is a British base on Cyprus. That there were also that it was narrowly or something like missed by Iranian ballistic missiles, which means Iranians are now. This is not anymore out of control.
So let's come here. How is all this happening? How are these bases being hit? From where is that's Iran there? You can see at the back. How is this happening? Where are they going from, these missiles?
These missiles are coming from Western Iran, not Western Iran. This
Okay.
would be here, Zakoduhov. This is still in Iraq.
Right.
It's of this area.
Can we?
Just a second.
Can we bring this down? Oh, sorry.
Turn
Yeah.
off this.
Yes.
So
Okay.
and then.
Yeah.
Opa. Ah, God.
There we go. Yeah. That's it.
So,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So this is where it's coming
they are
from.
hit from here.
Yes.
And this is now particularly characteristic, particularly important, because Israelis are claiming they have destroyed this and that military or missile base. And still, obviously, the Iranians have the ability to fire shorter-ranged ballistic missiles at bases in the Dana area and in Cyprus area.
Yes.
So this is very important. Why? Because it means they are not knocked out yet. Also, the fact that we have seen UAVs flying over Shiraz and Tehran, but no combat aircraft of either the US Air Force or US Navy or Israeli Air Force, means they are still limited to operating just UAVs over, for example, Tehran and Esfahan. So this means they are not flying their jets much deeper over Iran.
Let's just connect with Jonathan Conricus, who was the former IDF spokesperson. Let's go straight across to him. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for speaking to us. I want to talk to you a little bit about the end game, so to speak. Are we in that phase where we are moving towards an end game? Has this war and the Iranian resistance surprised Israel and the United States? What are you seeing from Israel's perspective, sir?
Yes, hello again. I think to speak about endgame after less than two days of war, it's a bit premature. But I think we could conservatively say that things are perhaps moving in the right direction. Moving in the right direction in the terms of the fact that the former so-called supreme leader and 40 of his senior military and political advisors and commanders are no longer going to oppress the Iranian people. That's a good thing. From the fact that Israel has full freedom of action in Iranian skies, including over Tehran and any location where we need to strike targets. The IDF just announced that it has dropped more than 100 pieces of ordnance from fixed-wing aircraft in various places of Iran, including Tehran. That announcement came out a few hours ago. You perhaps missed it in studio. But I'd say that the surprising part, there are a few things that are surprising here in terms of Iran and the environment. One, the relatively limited amount of ballistic missiles that the Iranians managed to fire. We anticipated more. We were bracing ourselves for salvos of dozens of missiles simultaneously and hundreds of missiles per day. And I'm very happy to say that we are far from that. We still have to investigate what the reason is. Maybe they are conserving their firepower, or maybe they're not able to fire because Israel and the US have struck many of their missile launchers and they're struggling to fire. I am also surprised by Iran's strategy to kill civilians all across the Middle East. I think it's a strategy that it's not going to be very beneficial for them. Killing civilians in Israel is not a surprise and it's not a new thing. That's what the Iranian regime does. But killing Arab Muslims in Qatar, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, firing at Jordan, that's a very odd choice of strategy for the Iranians, one that I think will eventually backfire. So summing this up, I think good early progress from let's say the representatives of the brave free world against this oppressive regime, but we are far, far from anywhere near a finish line or anywhere where we can speak about the concluding or end game.
Very quickly, Colonel Conricus, you said that this would backfire, this strategy of targeting other Gulf nations. In what way will it backfire on Iran? What is expected to happen?
Yeah, I assume that what the Iranian regime expected was that by firing at various countries in the region, they would, in their weakness, cower before the Iranians and apply pressure on America in order to stop the war. That doesn't seem to be the case. And what the Gulf nations have said, joint statement by the GCC ministers and also other communiques from the UAE and from Saudi is, well, we don't like being fired at. We don't like our civilians being targeted. This is blatant aggression from Iran. And we reserve the right, and we actually are now thinking about actually defending ourselves, which is, you know, far below what I would expect any sovereign country to do when fired upon. When somebody fires at you, you retaliate. That's how you keep yourself safe, but at least they're moving into that direction. Iran is running out of strategic support, and by its own action, by its own aggression, is now finding itself quite alone. Russia, which I'm sure the Iranians wanted and thought would come to their help, really isn't. Russia is busy trying to occupy Ukraine and is suffering from its own endeavors and misfortunes, military ones. China seems not to be interested enough in order to jeopardize their own interest, and I'm quite sure that there's some behind-the-scenes deal that has been made between the US and China regarding export of oil in order to compensate for what the Chinese were buying illicitly from Iran before that. And currently, Iran, by its actions, by its aggression, they find themselves quite alone, and they are deepening their isolation by their actions. Doesn't look to be a very smart move, and all the charming and all the diplomatic rhetoric and all the propaganda that they'll be able to spin out won't undo that reality.
But the idea was to force, the idea of the preemptive strikes was to force or soften the Iranian regime enough that it would come back to the table. It's refusing to do so, despite the decapitation strikes, despite 50 or 60 of their top commanders gone, including the Ayatollah, and most of their leadership wiped out. They seem to be hunkering down. Why is this happening?
I don't know what you base the premise of the question on, that was the desired outcome or the intent. I don't think that it was. I think that the intent of this operation is to bring the Iranian regime to its knees and eventually make it so weak so that it can be overthrown by the Iranian people. That, I think, is the desired outcome. If the regime would be smart enough in its instincts of self-preservation to come to the Americans and say, okay, you know what? We won't enrich on Iranian soil. We will immediately stop firing ballistic missiles and producing them, and we will immediately cease in supporting terror organizations and building terror networks around Western Asia. I'm sure that the US would find that quite okay to make a deal and to say, okay, we'll call off the war. I doubt that the Iranian regime will do that because they are filled with hubris, with pride, and it's clouding their judgment. And from an Israeli perspective, what Israel is now pursuing, in my mind, way, way too late in terms of the amount of aggression that we have sustained from the Iranian regime over at least 3 decades. What Israel is doing now is finally returning and taking initiative against the Iranian regime and attacking them because they have been managing an indirect war against Israel and actively pursuing our destruction. And that's the framework. Will the Iranians come to the table and, plead for a ceasefire, capitulation? That will probably save them a lot of effort. I doubt that they will, and judging by what Larijani, last man standing or current man standing, is saying or tweeting, they're not inclined to do so.
Well, Colonel Conricus, what we're also seeing is that some of these Gulf countries that are aligned with America are now going into what is known as lockdown mode, economic lockdown mode. Can they sustain, or will they say, well, maybe if this stretches on a few too many days, we're going to start bleeding economically, the expats that came to work will feel a little uneasy, and perhaps their economic prospects might begin to dim? Is there a possibility that that could change calculations on the ground as far as Israel and America are concerned?
I think the Iranian regime will suffer more, bleed more economically and actually than what these countries will, and the amount of damage that the Iranian regime will sustain every day of this war is far more than what these Gulf countries will have to deal with. Granted, these countries are not battle hardened. They do not have the DNA of fighters. They do not have the DNA of resilience. They have the DNA of oil-rich countries that have flourishing financial systems as a result of it, and it's a different culture. But at the end of the day, I think the balance of power here is one where every day that goes by, the Iranian regime will be weakened, its capabilities will be really limited in terms of what they can do. And I don't think that they can play a long and patient waiting game, because at the end of the fighting, there will be the Iranian people. The Iranian people, the moment the bombs stop flying, will, in my assessment, take to the streets and seek to free themselves from the yoke of the Iranian regime and its oppression. So playing a waiting game, not entirely sure that that's a good strategy for the Iranians either.
Colonel Conricus, I have to ask you this, because you said that there has been now air dominance that has been maintained by Israel and the United States. Yet we're seeing bases of the United States in Turkey and in Kirchik, even in Cyprus, where there was an attempt to knock out a British base. There have been obvious strikes on other US bases in the region. We don't quite know the extent of damage that they have sustained. How is this happening? How is Iran being able to sort of strike these targets? And of course, there has also been damage now in a few places in Israel, and we have those pictures in Beit Shemesh and other places. So what is making Iran capable of hitting or counter-reacting in this way?
Yeah, one issue doesn't necessarily have to do with the other. Aerial dominance is a fact. I think it would be very difficult to dispute that Israel and the US enjoy aerial dominance and superiority over Iranian skies. There are no effective air defense systems. The Russian S-300 systems have been taken out of commission long time ago by Israeli jets. Actually, most of them were destroyed in June last year, and the residual capabilities were wiped off by Israel and the US 2 days ago. So that's one thing that we can set aside. Their offensive capabilities, Iran's ability to fire missiles from bunkers, silos, all across Western Iran, mostly Western Iran, that still exists, and they do fire missiles and they dispatch drones from various bases. But every time they fire, those places are mapped by drones and by other aircraft that are currently constantly hovering above Iranian hovering in Iranian airspace. And the moment they fire, they become a target. And what we're seeing now is that the US and Israel are hunting missile launchers And the sum of it will be that the longer the fighting will go on, based on the aerial dominance that the US and Israel enjoys, Israel and the US will be able to gradually degrade Iranian capabilities more and more. They already started at a weakened position, and they've been able to fire less than what was anticipated. And my assessment is that their capabilities will continue to be degraded more and more until very small or nominal. How long will that take? That's a business of days and weeks, I would assume, until most offensive Iranian capabilities have been dealt with. And maybe that's the despair and panic that we see in Iranian decision making, that they're lashing out, firing at Gulf countries, firing at civilians all across the Middle East, because they are understanding that they have very little time left to fire the missiles that they have.
So a couple of questions before I let you go. What is the timeline that we are looking at here? Could this become a protracted conflict, a battle of attrition? You might have Iran beginning to engage proxies. They could go asymmetric. Those are possibilities. We're already seeing visuals on our screen of how sympathetic in the Muslim world, in Pakistan, for example, elements sympathetic to Iran and its regime there are attacking US consulates. Tomorrow they might start attacking other US allies and their assets and consulates. So what is the timeline we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, for you in India, it's definitely not a newsflash to see radical Muslims do crazy things, whether it's in Pakistan or on Indian soil, and that shouldn't come as a surprise. Timeline here, I think neither the US nor Israel want or need or aspire for a protracted conflict. What you can see is high-intensity military operations, aerial operations against the Iranian regime. And as anticipated, Iran's most important proxy organization that they spent 35, 40 years building, Hezbollah in Lebanon, has now joined in the fray. They are now dragging Lebanon into the war at the behest of the Iranian regime. By the way, much to the frustration of the democratically elected government in Lebanon, who are saying that Hezbollah's actions are reckless and are endangering Lebanon, which actually is very correct. And yes, you're right. There's the risk of Iran using other venues, terrorists, and other smaller capabilities in order to deflect. But that, I don't think it will make a meaningful strategic impact. And, if we focus on the core issues here, what Israel and the US are doing now is gradually degrading the Iranian regime, its ability to manage, command and control and conduct military operations. And I think within not a very long period of time, those capabilities will be degraded to such an extent that the Iranian people can actually rise up without mortal fear and actually reclaim their country. Iran will try to, use terrorism and use the dirty tricks that they usually do, but that's not news. And both the US and Israel are prepared, battle-hardened for it. There may be surprises. The Hezbollah or other Iranian proxies may get something off and may surprise either of us. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's what happens in war. But we're prepared for that. But the bottom line, when we keep our focus on the big strategic picture here, is that the sand in the hourglass is running in a very clear direction, and it is not one that is in the favor of the Iranian regime.
So I just want you to accommodate a question or two from Tom Cooper, one of the world's leading military historians. He's here with us in our studio. He's a colleague. Tom Cooper, would you like to ask Colonel Conricus a couple of questions on some of the views that he has expressed?
Well, perhaps one would be the question of semantics. I'm curious to hear how comes that when somebody from Lebanon attacks Israel, that is aggression against Israel, and somebody from Syria attacks Israel, that is aggression on Israel. But when Israel attacks somebody else, then that is self-defense, but no aggression.
Attacks Ukraine, that's aggression. And just like when, and the basis for this, for instance, the Iranians have been conducting indirect and direct warfare against Israel for the better part of 30 years. They have fired ballistic missiles at our civilians. They have manned and funded terror organizations that have killed thousands of Israelis over the years and wounded many thousands. And they are openly saying and really trying to destroy the state of Israel. So when Israel takes military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran, it is within that context. You can go back, many years and spot the first act of Iranian aggression against Israel.
I tend to come back to many years ago because it is foremost Israeli historians and journalists who are publishing books writing about the beginnings of Hezbollah in Lebanon of the 1970s, late 1970s, Murabiton militia before Hezbollah, and they said they came into being, these Israeli historians, Israeli journalists say both of these militias came into being because of Israeli massacres on the Shia population of southern Lebanon. So how do you explain now that Iran has started this war?
I don't really follow your train of thought here, with the connection between Hezbollah and what Israel is, the attack that Israel is
because
doing
the same journalists,
on Iran.
it's very simple, because the same journalists and the same historians say that this is how Israel has started a secret war with Iran back in the early 1980s.
Oh, Israel started.
Yes.
By when militias and terrorists in Lebanon invaded into Israel in the early 1970s, attacked Israeli civilians. Israel responded by striking in Lebanon, and then afterwards Iran built a militia.
May I now use your words from earlier? You said this is a different war because you are now talking about Palestinians, while I'm talking about Shia population of southern Lebanon, which was killed by dozens by Israeli armed forces.
I'm talking about Lebanon.
Yes, and you are talking about Lebanon, but I'm talking about Palestine. You are mixing Palestinians who were operating from Lebanon.
Believe me, I'm not mixing anything.
Yeah, you are very much. You very much do. And then there are Shia of southern Lebanon. There are Shia of southern Lebanon who have organized themselves into Murabiton and then the Hezbollah.
You're in the studio, so you have an obvious advantage over me, and we're not going to be able to speak over each other. So I can happy, just if you want to ask a question, I can.
I'm asking you a question.
Answer it, but we can't have a debate because you're in studio.
I'll ask you a question. Why are you mixing Palestinian incursions into Israel of the early 1970s, avoiding to answer the question about Israeli massacres on Shia of southern Lebanon, and then not discussing the emergence of Murabiton and then the Hezbollah, and thus the start of the secret war between Israel and Iran, which was, according to Israeli historians and Israeli journalists, started by Israel.
Yeah, so I think you have it kind of flip side, upside down. The country, the nation state that has built terror organizations and equipped them and deployed them around our borders is Iran. Israel has not deployed any militia or terror organization in Azerbaijan, in Iraq, in Afghanistan or Pakistan.
So southern Lebanese army was also not militia.
One at a time.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, one at a time.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
Let me answer. Israel has not done that. The country that has done that is Iran. Iran has a strategy formulated by the former supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, which is to build a ring of fire around Israel, equip different proxies, different useful idiots from the Iranian perspective, Lebanese Hezbollah, Gazan Hamas and Islamic Jihad, various jihadi organizations in Syria before Assad was removed, and various organizations in Iraq, and of course the Houthis in Yemen. The strategy that the Iranians built over the years was to build that ring of fire around Israel and to try to bleed Israel of internal cohesion, international support, to weaken it, And then when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, that was what was supposed to be the opening shot of the last war, the last campaign, the flood of Al-Aqsa against Israel, which is an Iranian strategy, and all of the Iranian proxies were supposed to join in fight and defeat Israel. So the one that is conducting war is Iran. And what Israel is retaliating against that.
So, you know, all of that we can discuss at another time. But the fact is, viewers, that the Israelis and the Americans are now quite sure that it's only a matter of time before there is going to be regime change in Iran. And that's the top headline coming out of this interview with Colonel Jonathan Conricus, because they are ready, as they are saying, to degrade the regime to the extent that the popular will of the people will rise up and complete the job, and therefore they will find liberation. Well, thank you, Colonel Conricus, for speaking with us. As always, it's great to speak with you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
We'll touch base at a later date. Thank you very much. Let me go straight across to Sanjay Suri, who joins me now from Israel. He's been covering this conflict. What's the latest coming out of Israel? We're seeing some pictures, and we also got a report from you from Beit Shemesh, where you were at the site of that synagogue that had been flattened out. What's the general information flow in Israel with regards to other strikes that might have been conducted, if at all? Sanjay.
Rahul, there is some concern within Israel that a lot of the Iranian missiles have been getting through. And that concern was, of course, understandably most keenly and most painfully expressed in Beit Shemesh, which I visited a short while back. And that's where we had the attack on the synagogue that you described. And there were people who were hiding in the shelter, and the shelter itself was blown up. That came a day after the missile that got through and hit Tel Aviv here, and a woman who was in her 40s was killed. Many were injured. An apartment block was almost demolished in that, brought down in that attack. There is some concern that these missiles have been getting through. We know that there has been a pattern in the June war of last year, where there was a rather low volume of missiles fired at first from Iran, and after some time they began to fire more. So at the moment, each is testing the defenses and the capacities of the other. Whether Iran is holding back from firing more, as we just heard, because they simply are holding back to their and strategizing this use, or they have just been degraded and blown up, or they've abandoned ship. We don't know yet, but it's too soon to say that the capacity is over. And this capacity will have a long tail, because if even just one remnant unit fires one missile days after we believe the war has ended, and that enters the airspace in UAE, there can be no plane taking off, and then they'll wait further. So the knock-on effect from these attacks on the economy of the UAE and of these countries is going to be serious, and it's looking long-term, and they are being attacked because Iran sees them as hosting their enemy.
So this is a war by other means, some would say, that is being waged by Iran, because clearly it knows that it's going to be completely knocked out of the skies. So it is using other means. It's using drones, which are relatively cheaper. It might even engage proxies. It could get very, very hot in the Gulf, viewers, for a large number of US allies, as Sanjay Suri has been saying. And one of those is Israel, who is that is being targeted. There's no doubt about the fact that there are now strikes on Israel. And here is a report from Sanjay Suri, sent just about an hour or two back from Beit Shemesh. Let's go straight across to that.
We are here in Beit Shemesh, and this here behind me was a synagogue. Would you believe it? There's no sign of it anymore. Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile. People sought shelter below the synagogue in a dedicated shelter, and they were all killed. And with me is Ben, who has lived long here. He lives right next door to this. So Ben, were you here when the missile struck?
Yes, I was at my house. I was sleeping. It was around 2:30 p.m. and I wake up by horrific noise, horrific boom, like the most significant shock wave of boom that I heard in my life.
And the people who took shelter here, they of course live here. What kind of work do they do? I mean, do they work for the government or are they just local civilian people?
No, Bet Shemesh is it's a city of normal people, regular people. You know, white collars, blue collars people.
But
Yes.
tell me, the people who died here, they had gone to the synagogue. Underneath the synagogue is a dedicated shelter.
Yes.
They took shelter, they went into the shelter and
Yes.
still they were killed. So a shelter is not necessarily safe.
That's true what you said. The statistics in this case is really cruel because the chance of that is less than 1%, I believe. But the problem, it was a direct hit. Where they went is perfectly fine. They did everything that they could do. They didn't neglect the situation. They didn't disrespect it. They went to the safe place underneath. But the problem, the missile was directly hit. the city.
So finally, not even a shelter is safe from a direct hit.
Yes, from a direct hit, and people like the military department who responsible on the civil life, it's called Pikuda Oref. They say that if it's a direct hit, it's a big problem. This is a military aircraft jet. It could be F-15, F-16, F-35. That options, especially when you hear this kind of sound, which means it goes really fast. It's not helicopter, it's not something like that. About this incident. From what I've read, the situation is that they're saying they launched the wrong system. Apparently, they launched not the Arrow, they launched David Sling, and it wasn't enough to catch it. They launched two missiles to catch the flight to catch the missile that was bombed here, but they didn't catch it.
So there was some error in defense as well.
A human error, yeah.
What was here? Can you just describe this place to me?
Yes. So, let's say from over here to over there, it was the synagogue. Here you have one private house, as you can see. Here you have another one. Over there you have another one. Over there where you see the I think it's olive tree, there was another house. You don't see any wreckage of it. It depends, the amount of destruction depends on how old is the house. If it's really old, then as like here, you see the differences? The destruction is much more bigger. Here it's more modern house. You can recognize by the Jerusalem stone that cover the house, and it's more endurable to sustain earthquakes, missiles, fires, and so on.
Right.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
And
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second, they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition, with 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched. It was just a matter of time, I think, in a couple of months. While the process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but you know, look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terrorist state, known terrorist state, can have nuclear weapons and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional.
Viewers, America might have plunged the Gulf into chaos, and there's big breaking news coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to Aman to get it. Aman, this is very big news that is coming through. We are being told that the Iranian media has made some astonishing claims.
Well, yes, Rahul, what we are learning is that Iran's IRGC is now making a big claim that in the latest missile strike, they have targeted the Prime Minister Netanyahu's compound. They are saying that the Israeli Air Force commander's location has also been targeted in a surprise attack by the IRGC, and they are claiming that Netanyahu's fate is unclear. They are saying that they have carried out a very surprise attack where Netanyahu was, and Netanyahu's future fate is uncertain. Has he survived? Has he not survived? That is the IRGC's claim, big claim coming in today after Israel's big strikes in which Kenamai was taken out.
Well, you know, viewers, there is a lot happening on the ground there. I'm going to bring in Tom Cooper in just a few moments, but I'm going to go straight across to Akanksha also. Let's go straight across to Akanksha. Let's get some news from Akanksha. Akanksha, you're here with us, and I want to come straight out to you. It's a long newsroom, but there is some news breaking about the U.S. Embassy.
So the biggest that we are getting right now is with regards to Netanyahu's office being bombed. This is at least what Iran is claiming, that their IRGC has managed to bomb them. At the same time, Rahul, we must keep in mind that there's already information doing the rounds that Netanyahu has left the country. He's headed either to Greece or Germany. The whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister are not known. You know that the British consulate has also been attacked. So Kuwait very much on the radar.
And the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down
Yes.
because apparently that was also targeted.
Yes, and why just Kuwait? Look at the way Pakistan has in fact been responding. 20 protesters already dead. Their consulate officers over there were retaliating severely. US is currently on tenterhooks because their IRGC is very much digging in their grounds. In fact, there's a warning for the viewers over here. A lot of misinformation doing the rounds as we speak, because there's already viral videos showing how Iranian nuclear sites have been bombed on the other side. There's
Yes.
also a confirmation coming in from IAEA that the Iranian representative has shared information that there is enough damage being done to the Natanz nuclear facility, which means there could be very much risks of radioactive leakage taking place. What is the IAEA going to do about this? How is the UN going to respond? We'll have to see. The next few 48 hours are going to be extremely critical.
So what now we are being told, and I'm going to come into with Aman here, what we are being told, and let's walk through. Aman, what have you got with you?
This is Rahul, the picture put out by the AFP. This is where the smoke is billowing out very near the US embassy in Kuwait. This is the picture that the AFP has put out and clicked by their own correspondent. This is why the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down. And earlier in the day we saw those horrific visuals coming from the US consulate in Karachi, which was also attacked by people. And this was the exclusive visuals, in fact, that our internal security editor Manoj Gupta had brought us. Horrific visuals, people being brought out, bloodied faces, one person was also being carried out, his body after he was shot. We believe that the US Marines had shot 20 Pakistanis dead for storming their consulate yesterday, and that is why today...
Yeah, there you're seeing it. There you're seeing some of those bloodied hands and faces and people shot and being carried out. You can see some of those pictures, those are dramatic pictures. And then, of course, let's just go back to the other photo of the Kuwait photo of the suspected attack on the US consulate there, and that's why the consulate is shut. Now, we don't know if there were people inside that consulate or not, but AFP putting out this photo of an area very close to the US consulate. Now, how are these missiles getting through if there is complete aerial dominance over Iran? One doesn't know. This is the question, viewers, because it is the Gulf countries, and let's talk about this. There are many Gulf countries that are facing a lot of heat, aren't they, Aman, because of these attacks. Let's go straight back to Tom Cooper, because I'm going to talk to him a little bit about that. We're going to also open the map. Viewers, this has been a war that could now turn into a bit of a quagmire for the United States. I know it's very early. I mean, it's very early to sort of talk about timelines, because it's only been 37, 38 hours. But the Americans were hoping. Yes, the Americans were hoping. The Americans were hoping that, look, at the end of the day, we were going to go in, we're going to knock out a few people, and that would be it. The Iranians would put their hands up and say, okay, sorry, we've come back to the table, and we're deciding to move with dialogue.
Well, that is the way Americans would have wanted it, but I think Iran is in for a long haul. Iran wants a long, protracted war, and that is why you see their strategy of bombing all the Middle East nations, and they're also attacking the US embassies because they see them also as a part of the US establishment in these countries. So after the various airports which were on attack, now we have the embassies of US also under attack from Iran.
Well, more news breaking, viewers, on your screens that France is ready to defend the Gulf states and Jordan. So this is now becoming a problem for the Western world, viewers. These are countries in the Gulf that had actually begun to give bases or their land for US bases, and they had allowed these Western nations to give them what is called a protective umbrella. Now, the Iranians have started hitting these countries. I'm not saying that there are massive damages, but some very tactical strikes. So on civilian infrastructure, as we have seen over the last few days, and Tom, let me bring you into this, because there has been information coming, and I'm going to pull out these pictures, and let's come to this map if it's possible for you to do so. We're going to look at these maps now, because this is Tel Aviv, isn't it? And we're being told that at least the Iranian media is claiming that the IRGC has reached this far and has struck a place where Netanyahu was having a meeting with his Air Force chief, so to speak. and that both are now sort of not around. So is this a wild claim? How could they have done it? Where would this missile have come from? And let's have a look at this first.
Well, I would guess. I can only guess. I don't know where exactly would this meeting have taken place. Somewhere in downtown Israel or further north, where there are big headquarters of the Mossad and Unit 8200, for example, which are frequently targeted by Iran already since 2 years. But I guess that the intelligence came actually from the Chinese again. They have so-called COMINT-SIGINT, this is communications intelligence, signals intelligence, ships underway in the Mediterranean, in the Indian Ocean and so on. They are tracking the movement of US warships, they are tracking the movement certainly of Israeli warships. So they might have, for example, tracked down movement of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
So if we just open this map up.
Just for one more detail. Yeah. Netanyahu is not a new target for Iranians, or actually for Hezbollah. Last year, Hezbollah attempted to hit his residence with a UAV.
I see.
And this was shot down shortly before reaching the residence. So, and he was in the residence in that moment. So it is possible that they have detected his movement in one way or the other. There are also sympathizers who might have reported, and so on and so on. So options are open.
So stay with me. Let's go straight across to Sanjay Suri. Sanjay Suri, thank you for joining us once again. I know difficult times, and there probably are air raid sirens sounding all around you from time to time. So thank you for taking this risk. But we're getting news that the Iranian media is claiming Iran's IRGC says that it has struck some locations where Netanyahu was meeting with one of his commanders, the commander of the Air Force, and that his whereabouts are no longer known. Now, is this what many people say PSYOPs? Is this deliberate disinformation warfare? What is going on here? What are you hearing in the Iranian media? Israeli media.
Well, we've seen these we have seen some social media posts floating around. There is no confirmation of this. So far, the indications are that this is a rumor, but we've only just come across this kind of suggestion that is being circulated. So no official word on this yet, no word in the Israeli media, no word in any media out of Israel on this as yet. This would be quite extraordinary if true. It would have taken a lot for this to happen. It would have been a very dramatic, it is unlikely to be a small little drone here. We would be looking at a hypersonic ballistic missile that would seek to deliver a blow like this. And we have seen no evidence of that as of now.
Okay, so we don't quite know. Mr. Dogra, let me bring you into this conversation. You heard Lieutenant Colonel Conricus at one time in the Gaza conflict. He was the voice of the military in Israel, and he was broadcasting quite often from Israel and giving us updates. He's quite confident that this war is a one-way street, that the Iranians have nothing in the tank, that after a point they're just going to wither away the regime and the people will overthrow it. How do you assess that claim?
Well, I don't want to assess a propaganda reportage. That is what your Israeli guest was doing. But let me come back to this news about the attack on the Israeli Prime Minister's office. The public memory is short, but if you remember in the earlier confrontation between Israel and Iran had struck the garden of Netanyahu's residence. It did not cause much damage, but to the question as to how Iran was able to reach his office presently, the answer is that yes, if Israel has the capability of finding out where Khamenei was, Iran too has some resources. And the proof is, if indeed this missile hit the office of Netanyahu, as it had hit one of the missiles or drones, had hit his residence in the previous.
Iranian sources be? Would it be Chinese? I've been seeing a lot of pictures on the internet of Chinese technology, which is now able to firmly focus on ships and exactly what those ships are carrying on the ground. Apparently, there is this photograph, I don't know if you've seen it, of one of the US aircraft carriers with their entire weaponry lined up. All the crafts are lined up, different types of crafts are lined up, and you can see almost every plane individually. It's very clearly visible. Would this be the Chinese that are supplying this data? Because that was a commercial satellite almost. It's open source. It's all there.
Well, China has been
Go ahead.
Please,
China has been quite open about it. In fact, it has been posting photographs after photographs of various ships carrying armament, one of which was hit.
Yeah.
But in this case, the question you're particularly asking, I would not like to pinpoint that it was Chinese. It could very well be Iranian sympathizers among Palestinians or anyone else.
Anyone else? Yes. Yes.
Add one more thing.
Yeah.
Early this or late last year, an IDF officer was arrested for espionage for Iran.
Right.
For doing this for money.
Okay.
So it could be that this is a similar case.
Similar case. I just want you to also direct your attention to this photograph.
Yes, please.
Now, this photograph, can we just bring that photograph back, please? Thank you. That's the photograph. Now, we are being told that this is of the UK mission that was attacked. And this is an AFP photograph which shows some sort of a craft approaching this particular mission.
I can explain you. This would be Akrotiri on Cyprus.
Yes, Cyprus, that's right.
And this is a C-17 transport aircraft.
Okay.
So Akrotiri is on Cyprus, and it's a former British colony.
Yes.
And then they have retained some specific area of the island, and are using it ever since for military purposes.
So where would this be?
Just a second. Opa.
Yeah. There we
It's
go.
always a little bit.
It goes the other way.
Yes.
The Earth rotates. Even the map rotates. What a coincidence. There's Cyprus. Okay. So we're looking at this area, you're saying,
Just a second.
where this
I'm
particular...
searching for Akrotiri because I don't remember where exactly was it. This is quite a big part of the island. It's actually British military zone.
Yes.
So, is it down here?
There's something called cochlea.
I'm
Here.
searching for Akrotiri.
Okay, Akrotiri. Anyhow, so we know that this has happened, and this is where we'll look for it, and we'll come to you in just a few moments. But you're saying that basically this is the area where this attack has taken place. So this military plane has flown all the way from Iran. Are you saying that? I mean,
Not a military plane, but a missile.
Missile. Okay,
yes.
so this is a missile.
Apparently, 1 or 2 missiles were fired in that direction.
Right.
There are conflicting reports in regards whether they fell into the sea or whatever. The British wouldn't say more than that they have missed.
And they have missed. But clearly, something has happened because that British base is constantly looking under siege, viewers, and we're getting news now from there. And you also saw, of course, the other base in Kuwait that was struck apparently, or an area close to that, and that was the photo that Aman was showing on his phone, which we are going to bring out. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back with more updates, viewers, as this conflagration widens by the moment. We're right back. Don't go away.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in the these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kanchal, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent. But Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second,
Well, viewers, big news coming through. Moment by moment, the updates are flowing into our studio. The Israel Air Force and the Israeli Navy have, from what the latest news updates seem to suggest, intercepted dozens of drones launched at Israel from Iran. The IDF publishes footage showing a Navy warship shooting down a drone before reaching Israel's borders, and those are the pictures of the drone being taken apart by an Israeli warship. So where do you think this would have happened?
It is probably Haifa area, or in the south over Eilat. This is southernmost point in Israel. And the weapon used is probably going to be well known to quite a few Indian Air Force and Indian Army servicemen, because it's a Barak missile.
It's a Barak missile.
Yes.
How would you know it's a Barak missile?
Because this is the only SAM used by the Israeli Navy.
I see. Well, that is a very, very interesting analysis there. Helps to have a military historian and military expert in the studio right next to you. In moments, you know what exactly is happening on the ground. And viewers, this is not the only place that the Iranians are looking at and targeting. I'm going to also show you some other inputs that we are getting. The US Embassy in Kuwait targeted by an Iranian drone, and I'm going to show you that picture. If we have that picture, there are also, of course, many more strikes. And if the Director Saab will now cooperate with me a little bit and show me all those pictures that we've been wanting to show you, viewers, for a while now. So can you show me all the pictures of all the multiple attacks here? So this is this US Embassy in Kuwait targeted by Iranian drones. That's what we are being told. What are we seeing here? This looks like quite a big amount of smoke.
Probably a car or something, a fire, or in the left lower corner.
That's right, here.
You see the dark smoke.
Yes. So this is a car.
Even further left, behind this mold.
Okay,
yes.
Right. Okay, so that you think is a car.
I guess it's a car or something similar, something that is containing plastic and therefore smoking.
And what is all of this?
Smoke.
This is all smoke, and
there is nothing to be seen because it's hidden by the smoke. You
right.
see the buildings are behind that.
Yes, so we don't quite know now the extent of damage, but we do know that there are claims being made that the Iranian drone has also hit the runway of a UK military base in Cyprus. Now, I want to go across to that, and we're also going to ask the Director Saab to put those visuals of the other attacks that have been taking place in the Gulf here in this screen behind me. So we're going to come to that in just a few moments. But look at this. This is what Tom Cooper has been trying to show us. This is Cyprus. And where is this UK base?
In southwestern corner, there is this peninsula. And Akrotiri Air Base is down here. You can see the runway.
Right.
Probably
it
the rest is probably blotted out, or even if
Yes.
not particularly clear.
Yeah.
But this is a historic British base.
Okay.
Used already since 1930s, 1940s, and until today also used by allied nations, especially, for example, by Americans.
So we're being told that this runway is now being attacked. That's what we've been told. France says it's ready to take part in military operations to protect these Gulf states. Now, why are we talking about these Gulf states? Because if you have a look at this big map that we've got and the visuals, what has been happening since the morning, friends? And I can tell you this, and Tom is here with us, so we're going to discount Karachi for a moment, but in Kuwait, there was an F-15.
F-15E of the US Air Force shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. The crew of 2 has survived.
So
One
this is a
injured.
friendly fire.
Yep.
Now, it's strange because the Air Defense Ministry has come out and said that there were several planes that have been struck and several pilots. That's the word they used. That's the phrase they used. So we don't quite know if this is the only one or there were others. Now, this is Jerusalem. Let's go back to those Gulf countries. There is Jerusalem last night.
This
And
is Karachi
there
again.
is Bahrain that is being peppered by
Manama.
drone attacks. This is
Manama Naval Base, headquarters of the 5th Fleet again.
this is Bahrain. Again, this is, I believe, protests that are happening.
Shia, as I announced today in the morning, during the morning show, sooner or later we have to expect them to become active and to start protesting against the king.
So these could be Shia residents, or they could be resistance, we don't know, that is now protesting against the administration in Bahrain for giving sanctuary to US bases on their land. And then you have the Dubai. Dubai is also being peppered. And you can see these drones that are coming in constantly. And you have the Ahvaz area in Iran. So this is the counterattack. This is
Ahvaz is one of the biggest refineries in the country.
refineries that are being hit. So there's an attempt to also try and degrade the energy sources of Iran. And that's Bahrain, and there's supposedly a Turkey Incirlik US base.
Yes.
So let me quickly go across to David Matlin, who is from I-24 News. He's a host, and we are doing what we have been talking about over the last few days, a joint broadcast. What can you tell us, sir?
Hi. Are you with me here?
Yes, I can hear you. Is that Dan?
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Yes, we are actually under imminent missile alert here again in Tel Aviv. Just as I speak, my phone was starting to buzz in my hand as I'm waiting to come online. So it could be any minute that we get the actual air raid siren to go off behind me. And I apologize ahead of time if I have to run in that eventuality. But the missile struck here just 2 nights ago, not far from where I am, just seconds after the alert started sounding. A woman was sadly killed in that. So it's no joke around here. And I just appreciate all of the attention from you and your viewers, people across India. I closely followed President Modi's visit here, Prime Minister Modi, excuse me, this last week. And it was a very important relationship for us. So we appreciate
David
your
Matlin,
attention to everything going on.
Yes, so whereabouts are you?
I'm in Tel Aviv. I'm in the heart of Tel Aviv right now, in the central part of the city. As we know well, we're in the crosshairs. We're in the center of the crosshairs for much of the Iranian. Their mid to longer range ballistic missiles are the ones very different from the ones being fired at the rest of the Gulf states. But that arsenal of ballistic missiles, like here in central Tel Aviv, we know we're directly in the crosshairs.
Okay, so let me also talk a little bit about the situation there in Israel, and just stay on with me. Dan. I'm going to bring in. Okay, I think we've just lost. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Am I speaking with Dan Ilius, because the director is not telling me, and we have 2 guests
David
now.
here. I'm David in Tel Aviv. I know you're bringing down a lot of people to talk. I'm David in Tel Aviv. I'm going down right now, expecting an alert any minute.
Okay, David, thank you so much. I'm very confusing because the director is not telling me who I'm speaking with, and neither is he labeling the pictures. So I'm really sorry about that.
I understand the nature of live breaking news.
Yes, so everything is happening at the same time. So I'm terribly sorry. David, you've been obviously sequestered here for a while. There is a sort of siege, and I've been speaking. Let's split the screen. I want David on one side, and I want myself on the other. This is basic television. Come on, Director Saab, let's do it. Come on, let's put this show together. David, I want to have to ask you this because we're getting reports that from where you are reporting, it's all pretty okay. We're getting reports that, and this is the Iranian media claim that they've been able to hit a site where Prime Minister Netanyahu has been holding a meeting. Are you getting any independent confirmation of all of this, or is this all disinformation?
Look, since the beginning of this conflict, there has been a steady stream of misinformation and false claims coming out of Tehran. Extraordinary as they are at times. No, there's been no confirmed threat to anywhere where the Prime Minister of Israel happens to be located. The main successes, and I say that in air quotes, I mean, it's horrendous, but the only successes Iran has really inflicted on us so far are being able to sneak a missile through into a residential area of Tel Aviv and to Beit Shemesh yesterday, where they hit a neighborhood of homes and the family under the rubble. So that, unfortunately, those are the only two successful results of the Iranian tactics so far here in Israel. But there's been a lot of rocket fire. There's been a lot of missile fire on us here, a lot of interceptions. Really tense, definitely tense here.
Okay, so you are confirming that there are constant air raid sirens that are going off, and there is a sense of some amount of siege, though you're saying that there has not been too much civilian casualty for the situation to assume a dire proportion.
Look, considering what was possible for this regime to inflict on us, that their plan basically was to burn our whole country down in one way or another from all directions. Yes, this is a relatively successful moment for us to be able to face down what have so far been just over a couple of ballistic missiles and still an astounding amount of heavy munitions. But yes, the air defenses are robust here. We have the support of the United States and the region and other allies as well, and we're standing firm. People really do adhere to the different guidelines. We're taking shelter, but it has been steady. Yeah, I mean, every hour, if not more often than that, we've had air raid sirens and missile attacks, drones, and then Hezbollah, sort of surprising us at 2 in the morning, also started firing out of Lebanon to a small degree, at least, relatively.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Thanks very much for taking this time out. We're doing a joint broadcast. We've been doing it over the last few days. It began, of course, with the visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Israel. The conflict in West Asia has entered its third day with escalating violence across the region. In the latest development, Iran has reportedly struck an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. This has been happening over the last few hours. The Saudi Ministry of Energy announced that a limited fire at the Ras Tunara refinery there you can see those pictures in the middle of your screens of the Saudi Aramco company is under control and has had no impact on oil supply. So that's something that we've been told. Meanwhile, a US F-15 fighter jet crashed in Kuwait. Though the pilot ejected safely, Kuwait authorities are investigating this case. The cause of this incident, Iran claims it has inflicted significant damage on the US assets in the region, including alleged drone strikes on bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and missile attacks on the USS Abraham Lincoln. All of those, of course, we haven't been able to independently verify. But what we can tell you is that that was actually friendly fire. That wasn't an Iranian action that led to that F-15 falling from the sky and the pilot ejecting. And the pilot, as you can see in the middle of your screens, was sequestered in the boot of a car by some sympathizers. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense can also tell you that siren sounds across central Israel and Jerusalem area amid an Iranian ballistic missile attack. Meanwhile, an early warnings also issued in southern Israel as more projectiles are fired. That's the latest coming in. Let's also take you through some of the news reports we've been filing through our affiliates in CNN. And before that, I just want to go straight across to Akanksha for more on information that is coming through. Akanksha, what can you tell us?
Rahul, the images that we are getting in of the attack that's taken place on the US Embassy in Kuwait are going on to indicate that this has been a significant attack because the plumes of smoke billowing out of the embassy, much of it has in fact been caught in fire as well. Kuwait has openly admitted, let me show it to my video journalist Arpit over here. If you can see, this doesn't seem like an ordinary attack. If Arpit can focus on this image that's been released released by AFP. This is an attack that took place at the US Embassy in Kuwait. Remember, Kuwait has confirmed that one person has also died in Kuwait. This as they have been intercepting a series of attacks that have been taking place by UAVs, most likely. Number of attacks being done by the UAVs. So remember, earlier during the day, this is exactly what, Rahul, we were discussing, that it doesn't seem like much of a cost for Iran, but they're doing enough damage. They're not only targeting the US assets, whether it is, say, the consulates in Kuwait or say even the one in Karachi. The fact of the matter remains that they have all of these US allies, whether Kuwait.
Why don't you come across here to me?
Right.
Let's have a quick look at this. Come straight across.
So
let's,
the target over
yes.
here, we must keep in mind, are US assets, and I'm sure Tom will also agree with me.
Yes.
These are US assets, and primarily what we are looking at is the US consulate, this one in Kuwait. They've had to shut down the overall embassy right now, and this doesn't seem...
So this is a different angle.
So Tom, if you can also weigh in, it doesn't seem like a UAV orchestrated attack. Could it be? Because you look at the plumes of smoke, there's also enough debris down there if you look at it over here.
It's only to caution, but you must always, the volume of smoke and the type of smoke always depends on what is burning. Whether this is unspent fuel from the UAV or something was hit, I don't know.
But this is the latest image that has been released by Kuwait at the moment, and that too, if they are targeting
if this
the
video
US
is
consulate, that's
genuine,
serious
yes,
trouble.
absolutely. I mean, when the Iranians start to strike even consulates, so this means diplomatic facilities. They haven't done this before.
Okay.
They were reluctant in this regard, even when the Israelis have hit their consulate in Damascus. So this is getting very, very serious.
In fact, we are getting in also more information that in Qatar, the naval base of the United States has also been attacked. That's a confirmation that's already come in. So there's a strategic targeting of US
Go across to Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv. Sanjay, now tell us a little bit more about how the Israelis and the Americans have come together and what damage are they inflicting in Iran. There have been now a lot of reports about the Iranians using all sorts of technology asymmetric to obviously the weapons that are being used by the US and the Israelis. But what exactly is happening in Iran? And what is the assessment in Israel about how long this regime can actually hang in there, so to speak?
Well, the assessment is not exactly upbeat here. The fact is that on day one, Iranian missiles got through to hit Tel Aviv. They killed one person. On day two, they hit a place, Beit Shemesh. As we saw between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, 9 people killed there. There's 10 people killed here already. A lot of these missiles are getting through. There were 2 assumptions that were being made, and both are being questioned within Israel and no doubt within the US as well. First, that air superiority is a given. Nobody was anticipating that Iran could launch that many missiles and they would be unstoppable. It's almost like they're hitting at will. An embassy here, a compound there, a base here, a mall here, this country, that country. There's a secondary question here about their choice of targets. There are questions there. But the point is that whatever targets they are picking, they're able to launch missiles and hit a lot of them. So the protection that was assumed, the 3-layer protection, certainly in Israel, is not quite working as expected, and other countries are even less protected. Given also that there's been weeks of preparation in anticipation of this. Iran has said again and again they will widen the attack, they will hit at Arab countries hosting the US. And these were warnings made loud and clear repeatedly. And even so, these places are unprotected. Iranian missiles are getting through. This certainly would be worrying for Israel and the US. At the second level, Rahul, there has been always, from the very start, from the very planning, a fundamental limitation that whatever Israel and the US can do would be from the air. Even there, it's not quite supremacy. But then, there has never been a plan that Israel and the US will get in on the ground in Tehran. Without that, how could you get a regime change? Yes, you can take people out, they have done that. but they did that last year. If you remember, so many leading commanders from the army, so many political leaders were just assassinated, decapitated, very precise strikes. But then somebody else came along. In the Iranian system now, there are 4 layers. You kill one, automatically a second takes over and so on. So they have prepared for this. And they are continuing to resist, they're continuing to attack and to defend as well. All this has not been a part of the Israeli and the US calculation. The calculation was that you hit them hard, they will lose their top, they will lose their nerve, they will surrender. But surrender to who? Who is there on the ground for anyone to surrender to? Who will the IRGC surrender to? That is a limitation, and it's a limitation on the ground, and that limitation is going to come home to Israel and the US more and more forcefully in days to come.
Okay, so viewers, now behind me, we're going to show you. Yeah, Tom, you wanted to make a quick point.
The point is this. The Typhoon interceptors of the Royal Air Force based at Akrotiri are flying air defense missions in the area.
Right.
It means that they are flying air defense missions in support of Israel. And of course, this is the reason for Iranians to consider Akrotiri Air Base, British Akrotiri Air Base on
So
Cyprus.
you're saying that the British Typhoons are flying operations on behalf of Israel to perhaps intercept or take out targets?
To take out UAVs.
To take out UAVs.
No, they're not moving further east than central Jordan, arguably. So they're not involved in direct strikes on Iran. But from Iranian point of view, and this is what I'm trying to explain all the time, there is also an Iranian point of view in this war. There is not just an Israeli or US point of view.
Yes.
From Iranian point of view, they are defending Israel. Therefore, they are participating in this conflict on the Israeli side. Therefore, legitimate target. This is how the Iranians think, you know.
That's the Iranians thinking, because anyone who's helping, of course, Israel and the United States is fair game as far as Iran is concerned, because they have to defend their borders and their sovereignty. So that's the other side that Tom has been sort of stressing. And that's why, viewers, it's not going to end this particular conflict in a day or so, specifically when you already have the Iranian regime saying that we are not going to negotiate. Now, here are pictures from Iran, viewers. I can't read the language, but I can tell you that these are some areas that have been struck in Iran. Hopefully, we label these pictures. I'm still awaiting confirmation as to where this location is. Okay, it's an oil pipeline in Iran. Where in Iran? Can the director tell me that? Would you know? Okay, I don't think we have that, but okay. So viewers, that's something that we're being saying. Iran International has showed a fire at the Ahvaz oil pipeline following an explosion, and that's what we're being told. These are pictures from that. You can see the plumes of smoke. These are usually associated with burning oil. Are there other pictures that we have from Iran that give us a sense of where the strikes have taken place? Do we have a map of Iran that I can refer to with Tom? That's the map of Iran there.
This is map
here
of Iran, yes. Principal oil fields in Iran are here in Khuzestan province, in southwest of the country.
This is what we're talking about. Okay.
Therefore, there are 2 pipelines, so-called Y pipeline, leading to the Kark Island in northern Persian Gulf. This is the major export terminal.
Okay.
It means all the huge, giant tankers are coming up to Kark and loading oil here. And then, because of the experiences from the Iran-Iraq war, when the US Navy had it easy, for example, to stop or to disturb the transport of Iranian oil, they have constructed another oil pipeline that is leading to Shabahar.
Right.
So in order to avoid being bottled up in the Persian Gulf, but back then, Iraqis were attacking Karg, and so on and so on. So the story is a little bit longer. So there were always disruptions in Iranian oil exports. But the country was, of course,
so this is the Chabahar oil pipeline that we know, viewers. Chabahar is very strategically important also for India, because, as you know, here is Gwadar. Here somewhere is the Gwadar port.
Here.
There it is.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah. You can see that. Yes. So that's Gwadar, viewers, right there. And Chabahar is very close also. So we have this opening up. There you can see. I don't know if Gwadar will come out, because maybe it's one of those sites. There's Chabahar
and Gwadar.
And Gwadar is there. So that's Gwadar and that's Chabahar. This is the area where that pipeline comes out to. And that's been built as a redundancy so that Iran doesn't get stuck. in that particular area. Yes.
If you permit me a little
Yes.
bit, a few additional explanations.
Yes.
Here and here. So we have Shabakha here.
Yes.
And we have Gwadar here. Gwadar is meanwhile the biggest airport in Pakistan, constructed by the Chinese. Shabakha was originally constructed during the Shah's time in the 1970s, but never completed. There is a big airbase nearby, and the Americans have bombed this airbase. This is meanwhile known. There are satellite photographs. And I said the pipeline is coming down, where the Iranians could continue exporting their oil, regardless what is happening over here. So it doesn't matter for the Iranians. They do not care whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not. They can continue exporting oil unless somebody bombs this pipeline and cuts it off. And then comes the next point. Iranians are experts in repairing pipelines. During the Iran-Iraq war, they have learned to make fantastic things with pipelines. Therefore, even if they are bombed, if their pipelines get hit by whoever, they are going to be very quick in repairing them.
Okay, so viewers, these are the nitty-gritties of war. We're getting information, and Tom is breaking it down for us. We're also getting reports that there has been, now, Israeli media speculations on PM Netanyahu is Iranian propaganda. So very clearly this has been. And we've also been told that the French president has announced that France is going to increase its military presence in the Gulf. Now, where are the French bases? Would you know? Where are some of these French bases? We're going to try and get Tom to have a look at that. But these are the news updates that are coming in. The French foreign minister, he's saying, ready to defend Gulf states and Jordan. Macron says France to boost military presence in the Gulf. More and more of the Western European countries are coming to the aid of the US and Israel to try and finish this particular offensive very quickly to get the Iranians to basically step down and come to the table, because the longer this war continues, there's going to be disruption in oil supplies, there's going to be disruption in travel, and that's going to have an economic cost. So basically, fundamentally, you have a situation going where right now the entire Western world and this Five Eyes Alliance, etc., they're all coming together. France is not part of that, but definitely adding and lending its muscle. Dan Ilyus, MP from Israel, is joining us. Now, he's a member of parliament, and of course, Prime Minister Modi has, of course, addressed that parliament. So thank you very much, Mr. Ilyus. I know that these are stressful times, but give us a sense of how things are going from Israel's perspective right now.
So first of all, I just want to share with your viewers that I was right now in the shelter because there has been massive bombing in the last few minutes in Israel, including in Jerusalem, where I'm speaking to you from. And so I was just with my family in the shelter. And so, yes, there is some difficulty. War is difficult. It's difficult for everyone. It's difficult on our children, on our spouses. It's difficult for us, of course. But having said that, I have to say that I think that the performance of the Israeli military and the American military has been tremendous. From the start of this offensive, we have reached many of our goals in a very, very short time. And I think that what we're seeing here is the cooperation between America and Israel being a real good news for the free world, because this regime that we are fighting is a purely evil regime. And the message that we're giving here to the world is that the free nations, the free countries are ready to fight for their freedom, and that when such a regime threatens us and calls for our destruction, that we will know to ensure that they are unable to do that and not unable to fulfill the promises that they've made. And so that's what we're seeing right now.
So I'm going to ask you, Dan Ilyus, you said that there's heavy activity over Jerusalem. Can you extrapolate? Can you tell us what exactly is the situation on the ground, number one? Number two, I also want to ask you, is there bipartisan support for the action that has been undertaken by the Netanyahu regime against, or the government rather, against the Iranian regime?
So to answer your first question first, there has been a barrage of rockets to Israel as a whole and Jerusalem more specifically in the last 30 minutes or so. And so that's what we've seen right now. It's too early for me to tell you what the result of this barrage of rocket is, but it has been larger than what we've seen until today. And we expect this to continue in the next few days. But we in Israel are very confident of our air defense systems and our ability to stop these barrage of rockets. Now, when you ask about bipartisan support, I want to be incredibly clear. There is full bipartisan support for this military offense in Israel. Coalition and opposition are completely united when it comes to this offensive. We understand the threat that Iran poses not only to Israel, but to the free world as a whole, and also to the Iranian people. Also, we know that the Iranian regime has murdered tens of thousands of Iranians. That's what it's.
Okay, I think we've lost Daniel Hughes there. But we're also being told that the USS McFaul has launched a salvo of around 9 BGM, 109 Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets in Iran, and those are the pictures that are coming through. Tom, what can you tell us about this? What is this big ship?
BGM, this is a destroyer of Arleigh Burke class, and you see it's launching. It's Tomahawk land attack missiles, claims from its vertical missile launcher, vertical launch cells.
Right.
It is similar weapon like they are also on warships of the Indian Navy. Mm-hmm. Essentially, it's a tube, and then the missile is fired out of it.
And vertically, you're saying?
Vertically, yes.
I see. Okay.
So regardless what kind of missile, they can load SAMs, they can load clamps, and anti-ship missiles from it. The Tomahawk that we see climbing, there are new variants which are very dark, which is unusual. Usually, at earlier times they were light gray in color, and they seem to have also forward swept wings, not anymore straight wings like at earlier times.
So the USS McFaul, tell us a little bit about the McFaul. Is it a frigate or what is it?
It's a guided missile destroyer.
It's a destroyer.
Yes.
And how many of
with an Aegis air defense system, which is actually the most advanced air defense system on the world, can cover some 400 by 400 kilometers. It is an excellent command center as well. And essentially, it's very hard to hide anything from it.
So how many destroyers have been deployed by the United States in the Eastern Mediterranean?
In the Eastern Mediterranean, it was 2 the last I've checked. That was 2 days ago,
okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But there are another 3 or 4 in the Gulf of Oman.
That's fascinating, viewers. So a lot of firepower with the Aegis missile defense system, which is basically airtight. It's one of the most advanced in the world. And that is on this USS McFaul. So barrage of Tomahawk cruise missiles launched vertically from this launch tube, and it's going to go straight across to Iran. And
what might also be interesting for viewers, firstly, the ship's construction, as you see, everything is inclined. It means this is stealth construction design.
Oh, it's a stealth
like in
destroyer.
Indian Navy. Yes,
right, so it can't be detected by radar that easily.
Not that well. It appears as a very small vessel. That's the point.
I
so
see.
You think this is some fishery boat or whatever, you know, if you detect it with usual radar. So that is one point. The other point is that I guess that both of destroyers in Eastern Mediterranean, they are involved in the first opening strikes on Iran 2 nights ago. And now they have reloaded their vertical launch cells, and they are now firing additional missiles.
And the missiles that are firing are precision munition?
Yes, Tomahawk is GPS supported, plus INS, plus there are rumors, at least as far as I recall, that they have terminal electro-optical guidance, which would mean camera, which is then linked via satellite to somebody, whether on ship or somewhere else, who can then steer the missiles straight into specific point.
Well, so this is going to be a precision strike. On what target, we don't know, but we'll probably get news in a little while, viewers. The USS McFaul launching a salvo of around 9 BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles at targets in Iran. The offensive is on, and this is going to be a protracted battle. We're going to take a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in the these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kansha, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something, not a war which is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite, and they have never changed their views for the last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second, they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition. With 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched, it was just a matter of time, I think, in a couple of months. Right? The process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terrorist state, known terrorist state, can have nuclear weapons, and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional conflict with a global implication. I guess that's how the world works. Not a good world, but yes.
Yeah, and even when it comes to Iran's nuclear ambitions, we've seen a lot of ups and downs, and that's where the United States began playing a key role and almost now dictating to Iran on what it must do next. Hold on, gentlemen, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I want to quickly go across to Shivani. She's being joined by Tom. We need to break down the story, take you through the latest visuals coming in, and also an overview, an analysis of what the impact of this conflict could look like. Shivani, over to you.
Thanks a lot. We're focusing on that F-15 downing that has taken place in Kuwaiti airspace. And these are the visuals of at least one of those American pilots. He's sitting in the boot of a car lying down, and we can easily identify, Tom, that this is the American uniform and the American airmen.
By his khaki uniform, for example, and G-suit and the survival gear tied to his belly, for example. This is clearly a U.S. Air Force airman.
But it would be two pilots, isn't it?
Yes, in an F-15E, there would be two of them. I haven't seen the video show.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on CNN News 18. You're watching our non-stop coverage as events unfold in West Asia. There are claims and counterclaims being made. There are strikes coming in from both sides. The United States and Israel in one corner, Iran on the other. Both sides are making claims of hitting assets of the other side. The latest video that we've accessed here on CNN News 18 is of a Fatah missile launch. This is what Iran calls Operation True Promise. This is the video that you see on your screens where you can see that missile being launched. Where this is being launched exactly from, where it's headed at, all of that we're still trying to ascertain more details of. But these kind of visuals that are now coming to the fore, all of which are also doing rounds on social media. Many of these videos are completely viral. The kind of claims that are coming in from both sides. This is that particular video of another missile launch coming in from the Iranian side. Operation True Promise is what it's titled. What exactly is the intention behind this particular missile launch? That's something that we're still trying to ascertain. The Israeli side, on its part, is also making claims about targeting certain locations in Iran and hitting those with precision. Both sides are making claims. Both sides are also releasing videos as proof of what their attacks really mean. But what does this mean for the larger conflict? How long drawn is this war really going to go on for? That's something that we're trying to decode here. To get us a sense of what the Israeli perspective on this is, we're joined by Oli Weitzman. She's the Consul General of Israel to South India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Like I was pointing out just a short while ago, that there are claims, counterclaims being made from both sides. The Iranian side also claiming that a lot of damage has been done to Israeli assets, to assets of the United States, and all of those countries that are standing in Israel's corner at the moment. How long drawn do you think this is going to go on for?
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. It's a question that you're asking. I think that we're all trying to figure out. We're hoping, Israel never likes being in a conflict situation. Our aim is always to try and live as peacefully as possible. Unfortunately, we're now in a situation where we have no choice but to defend ourselves from a very powerful and evil regime that it's taken upon itself now for years and years to try and destroy Israel. This has been their intention for almost 50 years now, since 1979, when the current regime took hold of Iran and Iranian people. And so this is what we have to deal with, and this we have to make sure that they don't have the capability to destroy Israel. So it's really hard to know how long it's going to last. It really depends on how things turn out, but I hope very much that it's not going to be too long, and that we'll be able to come to a situation where the Middle East is all the countries in the Middle East can live safely and happily.
Ms. Weitzman, I want to ask you this. Just a short while ago, just a few minutes ago, in fact, the IRGC, the Iranian guards, came out and said that they had launched precision strikes on the Israeli Prime Minister's office and the Air Force Commander headquarters. Is that something that is true to its claims? Is that something that Israel can confirm? Or Israel has, in the past also said that a lot of claims that are coming in from the Iranian side are nothing but exaggeration?
Confirm or not confirm, I have no idea. Sometimes the missile takes very long, so I really don't know. I can say that Iran has been known in the past to give false information, but I can't really say anything for sure at this point.
But do you feel that Iran is going into this conflict now with a we have nothing to lose sort of an attitude, and they'll sort of keep holding it out? Because we had the US president this morning also come out and say that he foresees this to go on at least for 4 to 5 weeks.
I really can't say, again, the Iranian regime is really hard to get into their head. We're talking about basically a terrorist group that took hold of a country. They don't think logically. It's not a democracy. There's no way logic in the way that they think or logic in the way that they act. Their aims are, you can see it with what they've done to Iran for the past 50 years. This is a country that's been suffering economically. The poor people of Iran have been in a terrible situation for the past years. There's no real freedom in Iran. Women are treated horribly there. The economic situation in the past few years is really declining, all because Iran priority, the regime's priority is to try and destroy Israel. All their money is being put into terrorist groups and proxies instead of taking care of the people of Iran. So when we're dealing with a regime like this, it's very, very hard for me to say what they're thinking and how they foresee things. So it's very hard for me to say.
Right. Oli Weitzman, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 and sharing your perspective. Israel cautiously watching of all the claims that are coming through the fore from the Iranian side especially. But the latest information that that's now trickling in is we're learning of reported missile strikes coming in from Iran. There are, in fact, several areas of Tehran that seem to be struck. That's the latest that we are gathering. There's information that's now trickling in that IDF too has struck some Hezbollah terrorists in Beirut. There are these counterattacks that are coming in. Remember, Israel has been going after not just Iran, but against Hamas, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis as well. This is another attack coming into one of these arms of the axis of resistance that Iran has really come to the fore with. We're given to understand that several strikes, including at least in 3 different locations of Tehran, are being reported at the moment. Akanksha, my colleague, joins us, getting us more details on that. Akanksha, what more can you tell us?
You right now is three F-15s have been down. This is the big story of the hour right now. 3 F-15s. Remember, there was one that we were reporting earlier, which was downed in Kuwait. The reasons for this have not been ascertained, but US is undergoing its own set of military strategic assets losses. 3 F-15s have been shot down, and the United States going on to make that confirmation that its 3 F-15s have been gunned down at the moment is what we can tell you. The US Central Command has in fact admitted this loss. The news is in fact coming in from CENTCOM itself, saying that 3 F-15s have been down. Remember, we've been playing out that visual from Kuwait itself when the first F-15 had been downed, but now that admission, that big acknowledgement coming in from the United States. The big question now arises, Poonam, is that could there be more F-15s that have been down? 3 as of now being acknowledged by the US Central Command for sure, and that is in itself the US admitting, making that acknowledgement that they are suffering huge military losses at the moment.
Let's talk a little bit about this now. About 2 or 3 hours back, there was a strange announcement that was made by the MOD of Kuwait, if I'm not mistaken, saying that there were several aircrafts that went down. Nothing was said after that, and everyone was speculating. And I want the visual of that previous crash. That's the one that we're seeing, that F-15 fighter jet crashes in Kuwait. Now it turns out there were 3.
3 of them. And that is
So,
the big question now, Rahul.
Friendly fire.
Is it going to enter, or is it only going to end at 3? Or are there more? Because you rightly highlighted that the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait has indicated that there were several jets which were down. Is it just 3? And is this just face-saving attempt by the US CENTCOM that they've admitted that 3 have been indeed down? But Kuwait's defense ministry has also indicated that there's been a barrage of missiles which was directed towards Kuwait, which is why I was also highlighting the damage of the US consulate in Kuwait. If you look at the visuals, the columns of smoke billowing out, not just from one particular area, because if there's a UAV striking, it only impacts one particular.
Well, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because there's no confirmation, but now we know that at least 3 F-15 fighter jets have crashed in Kuwait, and that could be because of friendly fire. I want to go across to Poonam again. Poonam, what are the other details that you're hearing about this? Because this confirmation came about 4 hours or 3 hours back, if I'm not mistaken, and there was this talk that it could have been several jets. That's what was said.
So now the confirmation is from the United States side that at least 3 of them have been downed. We don't know just yet if all of the 3 pilots ejected safely or not. One in which case we have the visual of that pilot was safe after ejection. We don't know if the other 2 in this case are safe or not. Also from the other side, the claims that are being made is that there were way more than 3. It's just that the United States has now confirmed that there are 3 that were shot down. But we don't know just yet what more assets of the United States, how many more fighter jets actually went down.
So these are pictures, and we've made it into a 3-window, viewers, for you. First pictures you will see is of the death spiral. There you can see it, this plane, and we were talking to Tom Cooper a short while back, Poonam, and he was saying that it's because the engines were hit, apparently, that this has lost complete control and it's just spiraling downwards.
Yeah.
And there you can see the ejected pilots. They've come out, isn't it?
Yes, there.
And there is one of the pilots that's in the back of the boot of the car. And he's sequestered there, and there was a whole ring of people around him saying that let's leave him alone and so forth, because there might have been the risk that someone might have actually harmed him. This news came up about 4 hours back.
Yes.
At that time, the MOD of Kuwait came out and confirmed this. Did they give us the reasons why this would have happened?
No reasons were given back then. The reasons that were given by all of the allies of the United States was that we will defend ourselves. If there are attack on our assets, on our soil from the United States in a bid to attack Iran, that's something that will be countered. This perhaps looks like one of those interceptions by the Kuwaiti side, which has led to those fighter jets going down, those fighter jets being hit in the first place, and then, of course, them coming spiraling down.
So, okay, more information coming in. Yes.
CENTCOM has in fact gone on to indicate that during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, mind you, ballistic missiles and drones. So as we've been discussing, this is not just about UAVs. Ballistic missiles were indeed involved. There were also Iranian aircraft which were looking towards attacking these US F-15s. This is when they were down. The US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down then by Kuwaiti air defenses. This is the word coming in.
So are you saying that ballistic missiles were fired by the Iranians to target probably some areas in the Gulf, and these planes were rallied to try and intercept those, and in that there is some confusion, and in that friendly fire this has happened? Is that, am I...
also involving Iranian aircraft. Now, have they been able to violate the airspace in Kuwait is also the other big question, because this is information that has in fact been just shared. And this is a confirmation that has been done by the US Central
What you're
Command.
being told, and let me just quickly break this down for you. This is news coming in from Aman Sharma, posted in our groups. He's saying 3 US F-15s involved in friendly fire incident in Kuwait. The pilots are safe. So at least we know that the pilots are safe, Poonam. Yes, all 6 ejected. Okay, so this is datelined Tampa, Florida. And it says 3 US F-15E Strike Eagles flying in support of Operation Epic Fury went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident. During active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones, the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. All 6 aircrew ejected safely have been safely recovered, are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defense Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. The cause of the incident is under investigation, but they've just said it's friendly fire. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. So there are wheels within wheels here. So now we know there was some sort of a dogfight.
You know, you opened the show an hour ago when you were talking about Donald Trump and his claims during Operation Sindoor. This is exactly where this conflict is also revolving around. Where is the truth? What are the claims being made? What are the counter claims coming in now?
Poonam here. If you remember, Poonam, for the last 8 months after Operation Sindoor, Trump has been claiming that India lost the war because we lost aircraft.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit here in triumphalism. I'm not going to say that this is, karma, etc., etc. But fundamentally, would he extend that logic to what the Americans are doing? Would he now come out and say that, oh, because we lost 3 aircraft, we're on the losing side?
Given how temperamental and whimsical Donald Trump can be, I'm guessing that's not the stance that he would take. He would say, like they've come out and said, this is friendly fire, and they couldn't really do anything about it. In fact, they've also gone on to say we're thankful for the Kuwaiti defenses, that all of our pilots were taken in safely, and that at least our crew is safe. But the cost of this war is being borne by the United States. 3 of their jets have gone down, and that's a cost that they'll have to bear for a war that they clearly didn't go in thinking as to what the end game really was. And that's something that the Trump administration will now have to look at as well. Unfortunately, Rahul, I'm completely out of time. I do have to take a quick break here on this edition, but our wall-to-wall coverage on this conflict in West Asia will continue. Do tune in and continue watching our coverage here on CNN News 18 as we get you those minute-by-minute updates.
exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kansha, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second, they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition. With 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched, it was just a matter of time, I think, in a couple of months. Right? The process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terror state, known terror state, can have nuclear weapons and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional conflict with a global implication. I guess that's how the world works. Not a good world, but yes.
Yeah, and even when it comes to Iran's nuclear ambitions, we've seen a lot of ups and downs, and that's where the United States began playing a key role and almost now dictating to Iran on what it must do next. Hold on, gentlemen, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I want to quickly go across to Shivani. She's being joined by Tom. We need to break down the story, take you through the latest visuals coming in, and also an overview, an analysis of what the impact of this conflict could look like. Shivani, over to you.
Thanks a lot. We're focusing on that F-15 downing that has taken place in Kuwaiti airspace. And these are the visuals of at least one of those American pilots. He's sitting in the boot of a car, lying down. And we can easily identify, Tom, that this is the American uniform and the American airman.
By his khaki uniform, for example, and G-suit and the survival gear tied to his belly, for example. This is clearly a U.S. Air Force airman.
But there would be two pilots, isn't it?
Yes, in an F-15E, there would be two of them. I haven't seen the video showing the boat of parachutes, so I don't know what happened to the second gentleman.
You can hold this mic as well, Tom,
Yes.
since I have my own. So the other pilot's whereabouts, we don't know.
We
We've
don't know
only managed
right now.
to really get information on one of the pilots. So one of the pilots is secure, and these must be the Kuwaiti people who must have intercepted
Yes.
this downed pilot, but they're going to take him to the US base now.
Probably to the US base or to the Kuwaiti police, Kuwaiti armed forces, and then to the US base.
Yeah. How rare is it for an F-15 to be downed?
Quite rare. It is actually.
Has it happened?
It has happened. I'm currently counting in my head. It's some 4th or 5th combat loss in total.
Okay.
Over 30
so it's
years.
Pretty rare. So it's pretty
Since 1991, yes. Pretty rare, yes.
This is that footage.
This
What
is the
can you
F-15.
make- What can you make of this footage?
Well, you can make that it's an F-15 by two fins. You can make it by the form of its plan form of its wing. You can make it out by, if you look under the intakes, there are pods. These are targeting pods, navigation and targeting pods, which this is what you see then the video of bombs striking. This is usually taken by this pod under the aircraft. And you can see that the engines are burning.
What does that mean?
That probably the explosion was behind the aircraft, approximately here, causing damage to the engines. Probably removing one of the slabs. This is the stabilizers, because the right one is visible, the left one not. So this is why it lost control. And then it fell into flat spin. The crew ejected, and the rest you can see.
So explain to me, what kind of capabilities do you need to down an F-15?
Well, you need quite advanced, at least medium range, in this case probably, medium range Iranian surface-to-air missile, for example. And it needs to have quite a hefty warhead, some 25, 30 kilogram, because shooting down an F-15 is not entirely easy, because it has such sophisticated controls that it can fly without specific parts of the airframe.
So tell me a little bit, Tom, who could have done this? Could this have happened from Iranian airspace or territory, or could it have happened from Kuwaiti territory itself? Who could be behind this, and how? From where could it have happened?
There are two options. One is that this aircraft was probably involved in intercepting incoming Iranian UAVs, and then Kuwait shot him down.
Would the Kuwait do that?
It could happen. It could happen. Why? Because both the surface-to-air missiles and the aircraft have to have identification of friend or foe equipment, which is synchronized. If it's not synchronized, the Kuwaitis are not going.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to a very, very special edition of Take 3. We are calling it Take 3 XL here because we've got Tom Cooper in the midst along with Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob, and this is quasi the war room because there's so much that's happening in this entire Gulf conflict and this fury in the Gulf that one is worried and wondering, has Trump bitten off more than he can chew? Is there propaganda, and where is the truth? Is it somewhere in between? Because the Israelis are claiming something, the Iranians are claiming something, but the facts lie elsewhere. So who's going to be able to look at the facts? Is this going to get over in 4 days, or is it going to carry on till 40? And in that case, who then seizes the advantage? The other part, of course, we'll try and understand, are we queuing up for a third world war? Because already positions are being taken. And even friends are firing off at friends, verbally and quite physically too. Let's start with that. Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob and Tom Cooper, good to have you with us. And I think you've been in the thick of things ever since you've decided to extend your stay here in India. How's it going for you? Have you ever covered war like this before? Let's start from there.
Well, in this fashion, certainly not. I would sit at home, check the messages from my contacts, check what is going on in social media, cross-check it and put it on my blog. But this time I'm a little bit hampered in this regard. So I'm here with you, and part of me is enjoying it, of course. The other part is worried about, especially civilian losses on both sides, you know. So it is always the same, you know. The wars are exciting to watch as long as one can watch them from the side, and not the least pleasant if one is taking part.
Absolutely. Zaka Jacob, this cause of collateral damage, civilians getting involved. Now all of that region has now been pulled in. Before we get into the nitty-gritties and understand that, this is going to put pressure on whom?
My view is the Iranians are doing this knowingly, because look at the targets that they are selecting, whether they are, you know, 5-star hotels. Well, obviously, American bases, American assets are being hit. Today, an Aramco oil field in Saudi Arabia was hit. What's the message that they're trying to send? They're trying to send a message that, look, we will basically drag the whole region in. This is not going to be restricted to just a U.S., Israel, and Iran war. That the entire region will pay the price for it. So this, I think, is a sign of someone who is desperate, who wants to show a high-value hit. I think the Iranians are really, you know, looking for that high-value target that they can take down and show to their people that, look, this is revenge. Now, what that high-value target is, it could be an American naval destroyer, it could be, you've just heard reports about 3 F-15s being brought down.
They claim to have bombed even Netanyahu's office. The Prime Minister's office
I would take that with a sack of salt. I mean, I've been to Netanyahu's office. It's not an easy place to bomb. So yeah. So let's you know, keep that aside. The point is, they're looking for a high-value target. They brought down 3 F-15s, is what we're given to understand, and I think that in itself is a big thing. But look, the big picture is this: Trump, speaking to the New York Times, said he expects this war to conclude in 4 to 6 weeks. I think it'll end before that. And that is, there's just one simple reason for it. That Trump, who is the principal protagonist in this, right? Tomorrow, if America decides, that's it, they're done. They're done with Operation Epic Fury, Israel will have no choice but to stop. The question is, what will then the Iranians do? The Iranians will also stop because they have a finite amount of military armaments and hardware to keep going, right? 2,000 missiles, 5,000 missiles, whatever it is, it's a finite number. So they will have to stop at some point. So it really boils down to President Trump. And President Trump, we know, does not have the propensity for getting entangled in long, drawn wars, foreign wars. His base doesn't like it. He's got the big political victory that he can show to his people. I've cut off the head of the snake. I've got Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Let's just get on with it. I mean, whoever is now the next president or the next leader of Iran, that's not something that Trump is particularly bothered about.
Right, there's already bickering happening. Now, you know, Rahul is there looking at all the updates in the news. Let's start with the first one. The F-16s, from there itself does the variance happen? Suddenly has the cost of this entire fury, epic fury, have taken epic proportions for the Americans?
Look, first of all, let's put the spin aside. See, I have a problem. When you go to war, you're going to accept and expect losses. That happens.
Yeah.
I found it very strange when Operation Sindoor took place. And some people said, oh, we must have lost the war because there were talk that there were some Rafales that came down. We don't know what aircraft came down. Mr. Trump would stand up and say 6, 7, maybe 8, maybe 9. Some people were speculating. Every day there was talk like that. It was loose talk, irresponsible talk, and it was a suggestion that losses equals defeat. You don't go into war if you're scared of losses. You will never go out of your bunker if you're scared that you're going to get hit. You'll never be a boxer if you can't take a punch. So let's put that aside. I'm really not interested in looking at that from that lens. What is interesting here is that this was supposed to be a war that was supposed to be over in a few days with a decapitation strike. The United States, and I'm not saying it, Trump said, we're going to flatten them out. In fact, just yesterday, he was saying that we have softened up the Iranians. And I think they're going to be on the table very soon, and we're going to have negotiations. Now, the Iranians have come out, Tom, and they've said nothing doing. We're not going to have negotiations. In fact, if you look at the people who are taking over, they're even more hardline than the existing bunch. So you have a situation now where the Americans have to countenance 3 or 4 things. Perhaps a longish conflict with a bigger time frame than they expected. Secondly, the fact that some of their allies are being hit, and they're going to worry a little bit because they've got into this on someone else's behalf. It's Israel and the US that are carrying out the action. They're getting collateral damage. There are a huge number of reports coming out of US consulates being attacked and shut down. In Kuwait, for example, the British said that they're going to help a little bit, and in Cyprus they take a hit. So clearly, the Iranians are using what is the equivalent of a drone, which is about a $40,000 munition, against these billions of dollars of Tomahawk cruise missiles and all of that. Now, I'm not saying that the Iranians are not being hit. It's very possible that Tehran, as we speak, is being reduced to what Berlin was reduced to in the Second World War. It could even be worse. You've seen the way Gaza was flattened out. You've seen many cities in Ukraine being flattened out. So that could very well happen to Tehran. The fact is, will that be enough to get the Guard, this bunch of clerics and their allies, to say, okay, enough? But I just want to talk about these pictures now with you, Tom, because these pictures are interesting. In the morning, there was a picture of one jet, and we talked about it. I tweeted something because the Ministry of Defense of Kuwait said there were several aircraft. Now, CENTCOM comes out and says there were 3 aircraft and 6 pilots that have been rescued. Thank goodness there was no loss of life there. But it was friendly fire during an active combat where there were Iranian jets that came in and also drones. What is going on?
It is one of the ironic
See, this is the
situations
statement.
in this
You
war.
can read the statement
I read it.
and then break it down for us, because this is
okay,
into that camp.
let's go sentence by sentence almost. During active combat, it included attacks from Iranian aircraft, which is absolutely because one would say, Israelis are claiming we have absolute dominance and whatever in the sky over Iran, and now all of a sudden we hear Iranian aircraft over Kuwait. And the US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. Okay, so mistakenly shot down, there is no friendly fire. The pilots always say this is blue on blue, because whoever is shooting at you is not friendly, friend or not. Obviously, as said, they didn't synchronize their operations with the Kuwaitis. They haven't adjusted their IFF systems. That means the Kuwaitis didn't recognize them as American, have opened fire at the best targets. These were the 3 or probably 4 F-15s, and they have shot 3 of these down. While, considering there are no reports in this regard, Iranians came away. So this is what can be deducted from this.
So are you saying that the Iranians came in and then they went back? Because there's no talk about Iranian kills.
Exactly.
But then how can that be possible when the Israelis are
and this is
constantly
all on
saying,
Kuwaiti airspace, which the Americans are supposed to be watching very carefully.
Yeah, not only the Americans, the Kuwaitis as well.
I take that with a pinch of salt.
Sorry.
From whatever we've heard from the American side, the Israeli side, they had complete air dominance by Sunday, which is yesterday. The Israeli air defenses were battered out. They could pretty much go in and do what they wanted to do. I would find it very surprising if there are Iranian aircraft in Kuwaiti airspace.
This is a CENTCOM statement. I mean, this is the Americans admitting.
Aircraft could be unmanned aerial vehicles too. I don't think
No,
it's
they've said
necessarily
Iranian aircraft.
But what are the aircraft?
And drones.
I mean,
and drones.
They said
what known?
See, they have said attacks from Iranian aircraft,
but what
ballistic missiles and drones.
It's possible it's ballistic missiles and drones. We know Iranians have that. But what fighter jets do the Iranian Air Force have?
They have the F-4,
F-5s.
Yeah, but I don't see them being able to go to the skies post-Sunday, sometime in the day, where the Israelis and the Americans have said that they've established air superiority over Iranian airspace.
If you permit me, I do not want to counter you or something or correct you. The fact is this: we shouldn't fall for the illusion that Israelis are now and the Americans exercising absolute 100%, 1000% control over the Iranian airspace.
But how have they neutralized the air defenses of the Iranians?
I would like to see evidence that they have neutralized this air defenses.
Unless they have, how are they able to carry out all of these multiple strikes?
That is
it's not just the strikes that happened on Saturday that took out Khamenei.
It is very easy to
they've been striking for the better part of the last 48 hours.
Let's listen to the military expert.
It is very easy to explain. They are striking with long-range weaponry. Weaponry like spies, like what is around there?
Hammer,
No, Rampage. This is all 200, 300 kilometers. I'm talking about air-launched weaponry. Tomahawk is sea-launched, so let's keep it now out of the story, because how are they capable of striking targets by their aircraft, whether from inside or, let's say, from fringes of the Iranian airspace? That is the point. So, and then they enter Iranian airspace of 50, perhaps 100 kilometers, launch this weapon which can fly 300 kilometers far, and then on basis of that they claim they have total aerial superiority. While what is crucial here, and we should never forget from this moment on, the IGC is now obviously back in control mode. That means we can gauge this from these attacks on Cyprus, on Incirlik, and such facilities, oil refineries. That means nowadays these are not single exceptions like yesterday. And this means that they are now actually in guerrilla mode. They are now hiding, they are nowhere around, nowhere to be seen, well hidden, and coming out only to act. And any guerrilla that is still alive is winning. It is as simple as that. This is the experience number 1 to 1,000.
It's the same sentiment that's come from the Ayatollah Arafi. Now, this is what he's saying. This is the interim leader who's been appointed. He's saying victory is with the Iranian nation. Iran's current resistance against the American Zionist enemy is being carried out with the design of Martyr Khamenei. And they've also targeted a 6th ship in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that no type of ship has the right to pass through Strait Hormuz.
Here's the thing. The only real leverage the Iranians have is being able to shut off the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes.
That will affect, it will affect India, it will affect China.
Yes.
That's really the only leverage that they have. Now, this whole thing about the statement from the new leader, he's one of 3. They're part of an expert group of 3 leaders who will govern in an interim fashion. Ayatollah Arafi. Right, he's not the next leader of Iran. The next leader of Iran will be decided by the Assembly of Experts. So look, the point I'm making is simply this: that all of this is bluster, right? If they're seeking revenge, which they've avowedly done, which is their stated objective now, their leader, a man who's ruled that country for the last almost 40 years, has been taken out. The only revenge for that is either taking out Bibi Netanyahu or taking out Donald Trump. They can't do that. A bunch of F-15s going down over Kuwait is not revenge.
That's not revenge.
And simply the Iranians don't have the capability to take out either of these two leaders.
That's not revenge. The question that's being asked is 3 F-15s have downed at a time when
you think the Americans care? You think they care? You think Trump gives... Exactly. He doesn't give a damn. The point is simply this. He's got the biggest prize. This is his legacy. When Donald Trump demits office in 2028, this is what will be written against his name. He's the guy who took out Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Just like with Barack Obama, he will always be remembered. He's the man who took out, or the president who took out.
But the question is...
Netanyahu too, absolutely.
But the question is to what effect? See, the Al-Qaeda, for example, yes, you took out Bin Laden, but Bin Laden was in retirement by then. He was sitting and watching pornography in a room in Pakistan. Let's be absolutely factual about that. Other people had taken over the organization. This is a hydra-headed monster. You can chop off 6 heads. Yes, you can have the trophies on your mantelpiece and say, look, I got this guy. But the fact is there are others stepping in. Those lives are also dispensable.
No, look at this. They've also now got a defense minister in place. Majid bin al-Rasha has now already come in as a defense minister. Despite that entire leadership being wiped out, they've got somebody who's come in and taken control. And that's why, like you said, their command now seems to be centralized again. And it's coordinated. When an Iran is working like this, then that means that this is going to get dragged down. The cost of war is going to increase along with the cost of oil per barrel. It's increasing by the hour. If not, in some time, it will start increasing by the minute. And that is something the world will look at. If you see, Turkey China, Russia, Pakistan. Okay, Pakistan is like in Hindi mein kehte na bin pendi ka lota. It's got no side, it's got no back because it's got a security arrangement Saudi Arabia and it's supporting Iran and offering its bases to the Americans. So they are okay. They are a doormat. Everybody steps on them. But these nations are already coming in towards one group.
The problem I feel for, and please, I would like you to hold forth on this.
Just go on,
I think
please.
the problem for Iran might be that they might run out of munitions. Is that a possibility? And
yes,
where
no.
will they? Okay, that
He has a take on that.
Okay,
on the
please
oil
tell
balance,
us. Tell us.
The point is this. As long as they can shoot at least one missile a day at Israel, again, this is guerrilla. They are now in guerrilla mode. And as long as they can shoot at least one missile at Israel, or one UAV at United
Dubai
Arab
or whatever.
Emirates, yes, Bahrain, Kuwait, whoever, Saudi Arabia, they are in the game, just like Houthis. Look the same. And the Israelis are of the kind who cannot resist. They must revenge immediately. They are going to strike. So the war is going to go on. The issue is, however, the Iranians can literally do it yourself, make the missiles, just like Houthis are often doing with parts they have been smuggled over Oman to them in Yemen. And then you have this one missile with 2,000 kilometers range, falls apart while actually over Riyadh, while still flying in the direction of Israel, but it is a threat. You cannot ignore it. And then the Israelis come over with $100 million strike with F-16s, F-15s, tank aircraft, electronic supports, plus search and rescue measures and whatever else. It costs a fortune. Plus, what it costs them to intercept this missile if it comes down. So
and look at what we're seeing. Satellite images show damage at U.S. 5th Fleet Naval Base in Bahrain's Manama.
Yeah.
See the before and after pictures. And you can see these pictures here. I'm trying to sort of get them out so we can try and project them. But there are signs that this is not exactly one way.
No, not just one way. The point is 2 bases are gone. The Bahrain base is damaged. The other base in UAE has also suffered serious damage. That means there is no replenishment for the Americans.
So look, Anand, it's a very simple, it boils down to, for the Americans, it boils down to body bags. If there are too many American soldiers who are dead and being brought back to the US, that's when pressure will come to bear.
Otherwise, it's not going
Otherwise,
to come.
there is no pressure that's going to be
My
brought to
concern
bear.
is larger. Tom, I'm just saying, if this drags on for more than a week and beyond a week, let's say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, will somebody somewhere snap and go too far up the escalation ladder? Will there be a quasi-nuke threat that then emerges, especially when nations start taking positions? Already Trump is barraging the Brits, saying, how can you allow whatever is happening with Diego Garcia and not allowing us, and you didn't guard the Cyprus airbase. Why did you not do it? So,
because you have asked if somebody is going to snap. If we gauge them by performance during the war with Iraq in the 1980s, Iranians are not going to be the first to snap, or at least not going to snap for the next 80 years.
They are not
like that. And Israel is not going to stop. Even if there is a ceasefire, we've seen Israel violating every single ceasefire, no matter with him, for decades already. In 1973, they have violated
so you see this dragging on?
So actually, this is going to go on in one form or the other. The question is just how many others are going to remain involved or not.
So now, if this this starts going, let's look at another part. For us, it's going to start hurting, when not just India, but a lot of this region, because oil has jumped in the last 15 days from $60 to $62 per barrel to today it's nearly touching $87 per barrel. Look at that jump.
It hasn't been at 100 or 120 in about 4 years.
Yeah, when the Russia-Ukraine war.
Russia-Ukraine war.
Exactly. And let me tell you that, again, Tehran Times is reporting that we're going to have no negotiations with the U.S. top security officials. So they're digging their heels in. And the Strait of Hormuz is shut completely. That's the other update that has come through. So the pain factor will increase. And let me tell you, it's not as if both Netanyahu and Trump, and you were there in Israel, that Netanyahu is the most popular guy around.
No, he's not.
And of course, I was asking a couple of MPs right now, and they said there is bipartisan support for this and so on and so forth, because as you were saying, people will look at this and say, look, at least we've knocked out the head of the Hydra or whatever it is. But fundamentally, In America, it's a different ballgame altogether. Already there are noises coming from the opposition that no clearances were sought from Congress and so on and so forth. So obviously the appetite there, and
absolutely.
it's a democracy.
No,
So-
and Trump is really under the pump because of all the other factors that have been weighing in on him, on the Epstein files, all the other. I mean, he's just lost
Is
a
there
lot
truth
of
to all of
seats in
this?
the
There's a
off-year
huge,
election.
there's huge chatter on social media. I want to ask you, gents, and it's been there in my head. They say that the time the Epstein files happened, and Bill Gates apologized. There are 2-3 things which are being spoken about. Pakistan invades Afghanistan or attacks Afghanistan, and then Trump goes out because suddenly Epstein is not being spoken about, or Epstein files are not.
Look,
being
I think
spoken
these are
about.
disparate.
Prince Andrew gets out. All of that.
I don't think they are necessarily connected. I think as far as the Iran operation is concerned, for the last 2 months they've been building up. Trump has called it the Armada. From January onwards, ever since the Maduro operation got over, they've been moving their assets in some form or the other to Iran. So this was very much on expected lines, which is why it's so surprising to me that for the last 2 months, the entire world and their uncles have been talking about America, Israel, joint operation, taking out the Iranian leadership. All 50 of them were in one building.
Yeah.
I mean, what sort of intelligence do you have that the top guys are all in one building in broad daylight? So I think, look, I'm very, very clear about this. Trump wants a quick victory. He already has the biggest prize that he would have hoped for, which is, like I keep saying, the head of the snake. That's done. Now the question is, what will it take for the Iranians to stop? He has to offer the Iranians an off-ramp.
here's the
What
thing.
is that off-ramp?
But here's the thing: is Trump okay with Khamenei dead but not solving the problem?
He doesn't care. What do you
He
think
doesn't
happened
care.
in Venezuela?
He doesn't
He can't care less.
Exactly, he couldn't
Absolutely
care less.
not.
He doesn't care.
He says one thing in the morning, 5 minutes later he cannot recall that he has said that and says something entirely different. He's so careless. in this
So more
regards.
breaking news coming in. Iranian
Yeah.
Security Chief Ali Larijani has denied that he reached out to Washington via Oman. So you were talking about Trump lying or what have you, because a few days ago Trump said, on Sunday, that is yesterday, that Iran's interim leaders were willing to enter ceasefire talks and reveal operations there had been designed to last 4 weeks or a shorter time if Tehran came to the table to agree on a nuclear weapon deal. I was hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that even the United States has a limited stockpile of weapons right now in this
very
area.
much.
So can you talk a little bit about
Not
that?
only in this area. 2 weeks ago, the Joint Chiefs of Staff have briefed Trump on the coming operation, and they have told him, listen, we have enough for 7 or 8 days of war.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Overall?
Overall. That's it, because there is shortage of interceptors already from the last year. They have spent so many surface-to-air missiles in order to shut down so many Iranian ballistic missiles in June last year. So they couldn't rebuild these stocks in a matter of less than within 8 months, because the production rates are too low. The production rates are too low because everybody in the West was sitting and waiting for 4 years to see what's going to happen in Ukraine, and everybody is expecting this is going to be over.
But it's not over.
Further to what Trump has said, I think yesterday he spoke to the New York Times and to Wall Street Journal. Today he's spoken to the Daily Telegraph, the London paper, and he said, we always estimated for 4 weeks, but we also anticipated it could end in 2 to 3 weeks. We've taken out some of the leadership on day 1, so that was well ahead of schedule. So I think this will end well before 4 weeks.
You think this will end well before 4 weeks? But somewhere the Iranians seem to have dug in their heels and saying, unless you take us all out, till the last person standing, the last drone, the last ballistic missile, and the last IRGC person standing, we're going to continue to fight. Now, and the longer this drags on, the more they will start gaining momentum, because the Chinese will recalibrate, the Russians will recalibrate, support will start recalibrating.
But none of them are supporting the Iranians. Why are they not supporting the Iranians? I mean, they've just taken out the supreme leader. How have the Chinese and the Russians... I mean, President Putin spoke to a bunch of world leaders, but what military support are the Russians giving?
Russians are not going to provide. They are not providing any kind of military support to Iran. They're not going to change that anytime soon.
They have their own war.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Even if they would have the weaponry, they wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do it because they've got their own war to fight.
Their weaponry is now so busy, they are not delivering S-400s to India, which you have ordered in 2018, because they don't have them, because they need them on their own. So why should they start now selling them to Iran?
Trump is having a bit of a hissy fit. He's saying he's very disappointed with the UK, the closest ally, brothers, saying that you're not allowing us Diego Garcia. Why does he want Diego Garcia to be in play?
Because it's a crucial air base in the central, okay, not entirely central, Indian Ocean, constructed especially for US bombers and tank aircraft. Diego Garcia is granting them freedom of operation. That means they can, right now they are foremost attacking Iran from the west, which means that the Iranians can also arrange their air defenses accordingly, hidden or not.
Yeah.
They are not powering their radars up, so the other side gets the impression, oh, there is nothing left, we have destroyed everything. But actually they're hiding, and just waiting for their moment until somebody appears, then pop, one missile, perhaps they are going to hit, perhaps not. But just think of it. One US or Israeli aircraft shot down over Iran, and one pilot captured. This is a major coup. Should that happen, for example?
Should that happen?
This is the way they are thinking.
And that's the reason why largely they have not entered the Iranian airspace. They've just come right up there and fired their missiles or bombed in a way that's where.
So, for example, the missile that took... Okay, you
No, they make a point that they're going to wind up.
The missile that took out Khamenei, it's called the Black Sparrow. It's an Israeli missile. Was fired from 200 kilometers away.
Yeah.
So it's well outside of...
Yeah, well outside.
So that's probably longer.
Probably longer.
That's exactly what we've been saying all along, that they don't want boots on ground. They don't want anything to capture. No. More importantly, they don't want a hostage situation that gives the Iranians any inch to be able to try and wiggle out of a position where they want to corner them. But is that going to happen? Will the Iranians give up without a fight? We'll have to wait and watch. But for the moment now, we're going to call it a pause here on the Take 3 XL. But this is going to keep coming till the time this fury in the Gulf rages on. Thank you, gents. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here, because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look, while
and
I
Iran
think,
has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kansha, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what's being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally pole opposite and they have never changed their views for the last about 45, 50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slap dog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans, and a lot of times people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition with 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched. It was just a matter of time, I think, in a couple of months. Right? The process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terror state, known terror state, can have nuclear weapons and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional conflict with a global implication. I guess that's how the world works. Not a good world, but yes.
Yeah, and even when it comes to Iran's nuclear ambitions, we've seen a lot of ups and downs, and that's where the United States began playing a key role and almost now dictating to Iran on what it must do next. Hold on, gentlemen, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I want to quickly go across to Shivani. She's being joined by Tom. We need to break down the story, take you through the latest visuals coming in, and also an overview, an analysis of what the impact of this conflict could look like. Shivani, over to you.
Thanks a lot. We're focusing on that F-15 downing that has taken place in Kuwaiti airspace. And these are the visuals of at least one of those American pilots. He's sitting in the boot of a car, lying down. And we can easily identify, Tom, that this is the American uniform and the American airman.
By his khaki uniform, for example, and G-suit and the survival gear tied to his belly, for example. This is clearly a U.S. Air Force airman.
But there would be two pilots, isn't it?
Yes. In an F-15E, there would be two of them. I haven't seen the video showing the boat of parachutes, so I don't know what happened to the second gentleman.
You can hold this mic as well, Tom,
Yes.
since I have my own. So the other pilot's whereabouts, we don't know.
We
We've
don't know.
only managed
Right now,
to really get information on one of the pilots. So one of the pilots is secure, and these must be the Kuwaiti people who must have intercepted this downed pilot, but they're going to take him to the US base now.
probably to the US base or to the Kuwaiti police, Kuwaiti armed forces, and then to the US base.
Yeah. How rare is it for an F-15 to be downed?
Quite rare. It is actually...
Has it happened?
Right, it has happened. I'm currently counting in my head. It's some 4th or 5th combat loss in total.
Okay.
Over 30
so it's
years.
Pretty rare. So it's pretty
Since 1991, yes. Pretty rare, yes.
This is that footage.
This is
what
an
can you
F-15.
make- What can you make of this footage?
Well, you can make that it's an F-15 by two fins. You can make it by the form of its plan form of its wing. You can make it out by, if you look under the intakes, there are pods. These are targeting pods, navigation and targeting pods. Which this is what you see then the video of bombs striking. This is usually taken by this pod under the aircraft, and you can see that the engines are burning.
What does that mean?
That probably the explosion was behind the aircraft, approximately here, causing damage to the engines. Probably removing one of the slabs. This is the stabilizers, because the right one is visible, the left one not. So this is why it lost control. And then it fell into a flat spin. The crew ejected, and the rest you can see.
So explain to me, what kind of capabilities do you need to down an F-15?
Well, you need quite advanced, at least medium range in this case, probably medium range Iranian surface-to-air missile, for example. And it needs to have quite a hefty warhead, some 25-30 kilogram, because shooting down an F-15 is not entirely easy, because it has such sophisticated controls that it can fly without specific parts of the airframe.
So tell me a little bit, Tom.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on CNN News 18. You're watching our continuous coverage on the developments that are taking place in West Asia. Both the Iranian side and the Israeli-American side are claiming to have attacked each other's assets. What really is the truth? What is hyperbole? We'll try and sift through that and get you more details. India, of course, is watching closely as well. In fact, we have information that's now trickling in via our sources within the Indian intelligence agencies. And they are now suggesting that Iran's escalation in the Gulf is not an impulsive one. It's a calculated existential gamble. What we're learning is now that the Strait of Hormuz is being used by Iran as a strategic leverage to inflict global oil pain, especially. What they want to do is they want to force Washington to reconsider this pressure, all of which will be driven by oil, all of which will be driven by choking the Strait of Hormuz, and that's something that Iran is choosing to do at the moment. My colleague Anand Narasimhan now joins us, getting us more details on this. Anand, Indian intelligence agencies are also keeping a close watch as to what's transpiring and what the next course of action will be for us. What more are you gathering?
Well, Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details, Poonam, and to our viewers, good evening. What their assessment is that this is more an existential ploy. It is deliberate that they are doing it, and I think many entities would have already gamed Iran trying to do something to ensure that there is no traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Because right now, China buys 80 to 90% of Iran's exported oil via shadow fleet tankers that continue moving even now. So Iran is going to ensure, and it also has a pipeline all the way up to Chabahar. So it will continue to supply to the world. There are experts who believe that it has already extracted millions of barrels of oil and kept a stockpile elsewhere, away from the war zone, from where it can sell it to the highest bidder or at market rates, current market rates, and continue to raise fund and fund this war for the next 60 days, if not more. But more importantly, Indian intelligence agencies believe that China is operating in the shadows. It is actually injecting billions that fund the IRGC missiles, drones and proxies, and Chinese refineries and dual-use tech transfers like missile components, navigation systems, and Crink Alliance logistics allow Tehran to absorb short-term export losses. So in terms of cutting down their funds and cutting down the way they can actually fund this war, and to dry their coffers, that's not going to happen anytime soon. And Indian agencies are saying that without Beijing's economic and technical backing, Iran cannot sustain this high-stakes Hormuz play. So unless China is moved out of the equation, or China is pinched economically or in terms of energy resources, there will not be anything that is going to stop Iran from trying to block the Strait of Hormuz. And the reality is that the deeper end of the Strait of Hormuz flies closer to Iran. And that's why they can continue to try and take out ships or tankers which are trying to make their way into the Persian Gulf, into some of the other Gulf nations. So it's the 6th ship that they have targeted. And they're saying that China's stake, where 50% of its own oil imports via Hormuz gives Tehran advantage, that Beijing is quietly shielding the regime. So unless this is nipped by the Americans, who may have gamed it, who may not have gamed it, but they will have to ensure that China hurts and Iran is not able to supply its oil to anybody, including China.
Right.
Till then, this is not going to end any soon.
Right, Anand, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. India, of course, keeping a close watch as to what transpires. There is going to be some amount of hit as far as supply chains of oil, of crude, of LPG is concerned. That's something that India is wary of as well, and keeping all of that in mind. But even as we speak of what the Indian agencies are doing or wanting to do, there are fresh inputs coming in of attacks that are taking place from both sides. In fact, the latest one is that there is carpet bombing as far as the capital of Iran, Tehran, is concerned. We're seeing bombs go off in multiple parts of Tehran, in the capital city. These visuals that you see on your screens there, it's an entire array of explosions that you see, black smoke billowing out of the skyline of Tehran. That's the latest that is coming in, and this is something, these visuals, this video is something that has been released by the Iranian media themselves, going on to show the kind of onslaught that the Israeli side or the American side is unleashing on Iran as the two sides continue to strike each other's assets, also strike the assets of their allies, especially in case of Iran, where not only are they targeting Israel, but they're also targeting several assets of the United States in that Gulf region. My colleague Sanjay Suri now joins us, getting us more details on this. Sanjay, both sides there is no let up as far as the fighting goes. Strikes have been conducted both in Iran, as the Tehran media is also putting out.
Well, certainly it is a fight from both sides, which is not quite what Israel and the US had been expecting. They had expected to launch a smothering attack that completely erases the capacity of Iran to hit back, that it destroys their leadership, it destroys their will. And Trump said so in so many words while announcing the attack, that this was really a threat, a taste of more to come. And seeing this and experiencing this, they want a surrender. That has not happened and is not looking like happening anytime soon. Iran is keeping up quite a missile barrage going. We've seen it hit Israel itself. We've seen it hit the Gulf region, which is along the lines of the warnings that it had delivered. And so far, the attacks have been continuing. And we just saw very recently in Beersheba, very close to Tel Aviv, where a missile got through. It passed the air defenses. So this is a relative success for Iran, given what was believed to be its capacity or incapacity to launch a significant attack. It's now really going to be a matter of numbers. Who runs out of missiles first? Will it be Iran? Will it be the US and Israel? There is a limit to both, and that limit was tested and exposed in the June war of last year. It's a question of who has more tenacity, who has more supplies, and there is a further question whether the Iranians are holding back on some of their missiles, or whether a lot of those have been destroyed in attacks carried out by Israel and the US. Now that is a question that only the next few days will answer.
Absolutely, there is no let up, both sides digging in their heels, and this is not something that the United States expected. Sanjay, do stay on with us because we have more information that's now trickling in, developments taking place in a fast-paced manner in Iran, where the Iranian president has now appointed the IRGC general as the acting defense minister. The predecessor or the defense minister before this was killed, remember, in the Israeli-US strike. So now there is a chain of command that is being set as far as the Israeli defense minister is concerned. Siddhant now joins us, getting us more details on this. Siddhant, Iran trying to get its act together both in terms of its military and political leadership.
Well, that's right, Poonam. Look, it's a very, very challenging time for regime. In fact, the supreme leader has been assassinated. Along with him, the other 40 senior officials, members of Supreme Leader Secretariat, the group of clerics, etc., were also killed the other day in the strike conducted by U.S. and Israeli forces. So the challenge for the regime, Poonam, right now is to put right people at the right place, and also those who are loyal to the regime, those who believe in the ideology and the working of regime. And this is the reason that the successor of Ali Khamenei has not been announced yet, because there are many such positions which have got vacant. Those positions are critical in running the country, in advising the supreme leader, in advising the president. So all these positions got vacant after U.S. strikes, and perhaps now the people are being appointed on those positions after scrutiny, after going through their track record, and also the loyalty towards the regime. So now this is the fresh announcement. Perhaps we will be expecting more such announcements to be made by Iran in days to come. As I said, that these positions are very, very critical, Poonam, especially in war-like situation.
Absolutely.
So right person at right place who is loyal to the regime is perhaps the criteria right now.
Absolutely, and that's what they are looking at. But this comes at a time when the fighting continues on the sidelines. In fact, the latest information that's now trickled in is that there are missiles that have been fired at US and Israeli enemy targets. This is a fresh offensive that we see by Iran at military targets of the United States. Remember, the United States has several such assets in the Gulf region, in West Asia, and that's something that is the target at the moment as far as Iran goes. This is one of those missiles that has been fired by the Iranian side. Where has it been fired from? What the intended target is? The details, of course, are trickling in. Sanjay continues to be with us, getting us those details. And these kind of explosions, these kind of missile blasts, that's something that seems to have been routine from both sides in the last 72 hours, isn't it?
Yes, and it is significant that, Poonam, we are speaking of both sides because the air superiority of Israel and the US was taken for granted. And a lot of that really comes from the media. We saw images of all these deadly looking planes taking off from the Abraham Lincoln. We saw the Gerald Ford sailing and pictures of F-35s in the sky and the capacity of the Patriot defense system, the THAAD defense systems. These are the most sophisticated weapon systems in the world. THAAD is the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, together with the Patriot, are the best systems there are.
Right.
Israel has them. The US has deployed them for Israel, in Israel, and yet they are not able to stop so many of these missiles coming in. Israel has these 3 layers of defense, the Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow, all these supposed to have been between them, providing a cover that's impenetrable. Again, this has not been 100% effective. There is, of course, no such thing as 100% foolproof defense at all, but the numbers of Iranian missiles getting through is significant. That said,
absolutely,
on the other hand, there is a lot of weapons being delivered into Iran. They're hitting targets with devastating accuracy, hitting a lot of them, just flattening them out. How far that will aid in a regime change within IRGC, whether it will scare the IRGC into surrender to whoever, we don't know. But regime change, yes, in name and face, yes.
Yes.
But the regime as an entity stays in place in Iran.
Absolutely, and that's the message that Tehran wants to send out to the world as well. For the moment, Sanjay, thank you so much for getting us the latest. Our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 will continue, but it's a wrap from my side. Thank you so much for tuning in.
That's exactly the point that we've also been discussing, and Tom was also saying that the target is meant to be these US assets in the these ally countries, but because these are densely populated areas, they are inadvertently hitting civilian targets, because if civilians were indeed the target, the casualties could have been in hundreds.
That is, to use the American terminology, collateral damage.
Right, right. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, the sheer escalatory nature of this, as Ambassador Dogra was also highlighting, they've gone on to ask for Germany's help. They're also trying to involve France over here because, say, UK has already reacted. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer also spoke about their fleet being involved. But if NATO were to get involved, what is the end game of this war? If NATO and these Middle Eastern US allies were to get involved, what happens?
So look,
and Iran has already indicated that they are not looking towards any negotiations now.
Yeah, Kansha, it's too early for Iranians to talk about negotiations. It's just, again, this is something not what is being fought between two street people. That also goes for a very long time. We are fighting a war with two military powers and two nations and two ideologies which are totally disparate and different. And it's about survival of Iranian regime's thought process, which is absolutely contrarian to this thing. While the Gulf states have already changed their thought process and they have aligned to the Western ideology to a great extent, but Iranians are totally polar opposite and they have never changed their views for the last about 45-50 years. They remain where they remain. So to believe that it's going to just crumble, IRGC is not just not a slapdog onto a street that they can wish away. They will fight, they will control, and this will go on for some time. But I just want to add both the countries, the Israelis and Americans. And a lot of time people are saying that Trump has put Israel first this time. I don't think so. I think it's a war of Americans with Iran, and it is something to do with the Chinese. It is just not about Iran itself.
Yes,
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I think I told last time also on your this thing on your channel, but American immediate political objective is to change the strategic orientation of Iran. They should give up the ballistic missile systems, and because that was threat not only to America but more importantly to Gulf states eventually. So if you recall, while Saudi Crown Prince has said about a month back they will not allow their own airspace and ground to be attacked for Iran. But the fact of the matter is that he was the one who went urging, and Trump has said as much, that he came to me and telling this is going to be eventually a challenge. Because when the ballistic missile numbers, which in 2027 they were aiming to make to 8,000, that crosses, and the speed of missile crosses, there was no way Saudis could have protected themselves. So that is one, I think they want to change. The second, they want to change orientation was about the nuclear ambition, with 440 kgs of uranium lying with them for 60% enriched. It was just a matter of time, I think, in a couple of months. Right? The process of integrating, process of weaponizing further takes time, but they would have had the capability to use nuclear weapons. So this was, I think, the Americans wanted, but look at it from the Iranian side. Iran is a sovereign nation. They wanted to have a weapon, nuclear weapons. When Pakistan, which is a terror state, known terror state, can have nuclear weapons and Americans can continue to engage with them, Israel can have in the region, why should not Iran have its own? So I think these were two polarized actions that are taking place, and both have their own mission, and therefore they are both legitimate to fight the war, even at the cost of regional conflict with a global implication. I guess that's how the world works. Not a good world, but yes.
Yeah, and even when it comes to Iran's nuclear ambitions, we've seen a lot of ups and downs, and that's where the United States began playing a key role and almost now dictating to Iran on what it must do next. Hold on, gentlemen, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I want to quickly go across to Shivani. She's being joined by Tom. We need to break down the story, take you through the latest visuals coming in, and also an overview, an analysis of what the impact of this conflict could look like. Shivani, over to you.
Thanks a lot. We're focusing on that F-15 downing that has taken place in Kuwaiti airspace. And these are the visuals of at least one of those American pilots. He's sitting in the boot of a car, lying down. And we can easily identify, Tom, that this is the American uniform and the American airman.
By his khaki uniform, for example, and G-suit and the survival gear tied to his belly, for example. This is clearly a U.S. Air Force airman.
But there would be two pilots, isn't it?
Yes, in an F-15E, there would be two of them. I haven't seen the video showing the boat of parachutes, so I don't know what happened to the second gentleman.
You can hold this mic as well, Tom,
Yes.
since I have my own. So the other pilots' whereabouts, we don't know.
We don't know
only managed
right now.
to really get information on one of the pilots. So one of the pilots is secure, and these must be the Kuwaiti people who must have intercepted this downed pilot, but they're going to take him to the US base now.
Probably to the US base or to the Kuwaiti police, Kuwaiti armed forces, and then to the US base.
Yeah. How rare is it for an F-15 to be downed?
Quite rare. It is actually...
Has it happened?
It has happened. I'm currently counting in my head. It's some 4th or 5th combat loss in total.
Okay.
Over 30
so it's
years.
Pretty rare. So it's pretty
Since 1991, yes. Pretty rare, yes.
This is that footage.
This is the F-15.
What can you make of this footage?
Well, you can make that it's an F-15 by two fins. You can make it by the form of its plan form of its wing. You can make it out by, if you look under the intakes, there are pods. These are targeting pods, navigation and targeting pods, which this is what you see then the video of bombs striking. This is usually taken by this pod under the aircraft. And you can see that the engines are burning.
What does that mean?
That probably the explosion was behind the aircraft, approximately here, causing damage to the engines. Probably removing one of the slabs. This is the stabilizers, because the right one is visible, the left one not. So this is why it lost control. And then it fell into a flat spin, the crew ejected, and the rest you can see.
So explain to me, what kind of capabilities do you need to down an F-15?
Well, you need quite advanced, at least medium range in this case probably, medium range Iranian surface-to-air missile, for example. And it needs to have quite a hefty warhead, some 25, 30 kilogram, because shooting down an F-15 is not entirely easy, because it has such sophisticated controls that it can fly without specific parts of the airframe.
So tell me a little bit, Tom, who could have done this? Could this have happened from Iranian airspace or territory, or could it have happened from Kuwaiti territory itself? Who could be behind this, and how? From where could it have happened?
There are two options. One is that this aircraft was probably involved in intercepting incoming Iranian UAVs, and then Kuwait shot him down.
Would the Kuwait do that?
It could happen. It could happen. Why? Because both the surface-to-air missiles and the aircraft have to have identification of friend or foe equipment which is synchronized. If it's not synchronized, the Kuwaitis are not going to recognize him as friendly and shoot at him.
So it could be a friendly mistaken fire, or
exactly.
The second option is?
The second option is that the Iranians suddenly brought in one of their mobile SAM systems, and while the jet was busy with intercepting UAVs, they shot one of the SAMs at it and shot it down.
Can I ask you one question? I'm not the military expert, of course. Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Let's get you a top 10 roundup of all the developments today. US confirms that 3 of its F-15 jets have been shot in friendly fire, mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defense. All 6 pilots ejected safely. Indian national killed after an attack on a tanker off the coast of Oman. Indian embassy says it is in touch with local authorities who are carrying out search operations. New satellite imagery reveals extensive damage to US 5th Fleet Naval Base in Bahrain. Reports indicate all US servicemen living and working on the base evacuated and shifted to hotels. Israel launches fresh wave of strikes in Tehran after Iran fires missiles targeting Netanyahu's office in Tel Aviv. IDF says more IRGC sites across the country to be targeted. US President Donald Trump says he was always prepared for a 4-week operation and expected to take 2 weeks to eliminate Iranian leadership. But having done it in a day, the operation is now running ahead of schedule. Iran rejects Trump's claims on wanting to make a deal and restart negotiations, rules out any sort of talks with the US. Iranian forces target 6th ship in the Strait of Hormuz, announce complete closure of the trade artery of the world for any sort of vessel. Over 6 lakh crores wiped out in investor wealth as Sensex crashes over 1,000 points. Saudi and Omanian trade markets slump over 2%, while Kuwait suspends trading as West Asia war triggers panic. Death toll in Pakistan following the violent protests over Khomeini's killing surges past 25 as more and more victims of the US security forces firing succumb to their injuries. Saudi Arabia temporarily shuts its key refinery, Ras Tanura, after being struck by Iranian drones. Riyadh says the fire following the strike is now under control and no refining facilities were hit. The West Asia conflict has entered a perilous new phase, retaliation and escalation across the region, with Iran firing missiles and drones across the Gulf in response to US and Israeli strikes. Hopes that Khomeini's death would stabilize Iran have been dashed. 3 days on, the regime is resolute, warning the US and Israel of swift and decisive retaliation. Global markets are jittery, oil prices are surging, and hundreds of thousands of civilians, including Indians, are stranded as airports in the region shut down. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called for restraint and dialogue. The big question is, did Donald Trump really get the math right? Or is the US strategy fueling more chaos than control? First up, let's take a look at the fury in the Gulf. 4 key targets hit in rapid succession. All of these countries are now fuming. In Qatar, there were explosions that were reported over Doha, raising tensions in the capital. Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil facilities faced strikes threatening critical energy infrastructure. Meanwhile, Al Udeid Air Base in Dubai and Zayed International Airport in Abu Dhabi were also targeted, signaling a dramatic escalation across the Gulf. Now, why is this Saudi Arabia oil refinery so critical? Because it is the world's largest refinery when it comes to oil processing. It processes over 550,000 barrels per day and is a key hub for Saudi oil exports, a backbone of the kingdom's revenue. It plays a crucial role in global energy supply chains, strategically connected or located near the Strait of Hormuz, and any disruptions here send shockwaves across fuel markets worldwide, affecting prices from Asia to the Americas. Now, Iran launching this extensive missile offensive, drone offensive across the Gulf, hitting or attempting to hit targets in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and even Oman now. Across the Gulf, reactions were swift, unified, and strongly condemnatory, with several states emphasizing their right to self-defense and warning of consequences. So let's take a look at what some of these countries have said. The UAE says that this is a dangerous escalation and a cowardly act, that they reserve full rights to respond. An attack like this cannot be left without retaliation, is the response of Qatar. Will take necessary measures to defend their security, warns even Saudi Arabia, and Jordan has condemned the attacks on territories of Jordan and other Arab countries. But also take a look at the damage to life that has been caused in multiple countries in West Asia. So, of course, in Iran itself, it has the most casualties, the most collateral damage, including civilian life. As many as 201 have been killed so far, 747 are injured. In Israel as well, the death toll is currently 9. There are 121 who have been injured. Several missile strikes have hit pretty close in Israeli cities. In Iraq, there are now 2 killed, 5 injured. In Kuwait, also 1 death and 32 injured have been reported. In Bahrain, 4 reported injuries, and in Qatar, 16 injured. In UAE, 3 killed and 58 injured, and in Oman, 5 injured as well. While the Gulf countries are furious, the major powers of the world have been divided right down to the middle on the US-Israel action, and then, of course, the elimination of Ali Khamenei as well. Let's break down for you what the major powers of the world are saying as far as these strikes are concerned. Russia called it a cynical murder that violates international norms, but EU has called it a defining moment for Iran, with a different Iran now possible. China said this act is unacceptable and could further inflame tensions in the Middle East, but France says that it can only be satisfied with Khamenei's demise. Brazil pointed out how attacks occurred amidst negotiations, saying that the only viable path were those talks. But Canada called Iran a principal source of instability in the region. Meanwhile, also listen in to what the response of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was earlier today.
पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे।
Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Mordechai Kedar, former IDF military intelligence officer, is also joining us. All of this, escalation as far as the Gulf countries is concerned, how soon before they realize that this is too much that they can handle and builds pressure on US and Israel? All right, I want to go across to this breaking update that is now coming in. 4 US soldiers have been killed in fighting. This is the latest update that is coming in from America, from US CENTCOM itself. that has said that 4 US soldiers have been killed in the fighting. So there is more damage that the US is taking as far as this entire war is concerned. They had confirmed that 3 of their soldiers had lost their lives in the action after day 1 itself. Now we're nearing 2.5 days per se, 48 plus hours now, and another 4 US soldiers have been killed in the fighting. We'll get you more updates exactly what has transpired, whether this is 4 total deaths now or 4 more deaths now of the US soldiers. But yesterday itself, America had accepted that there are 3 soldiers that have been killed in the fighting. Now the update is 4 US soldiers that have been killed in the fighting. So this is, of course, turning out to be not as easy or swift a military operation. This is going to come with its own costs as far as America is concerned. So already there are deaths or killings of American soldiers that are piling up. But how long can America have the appetite to continue this is the big question, because at home it hasn't been really much support for a military offensive, even if after the announcement of this offensive, many in America have welcomed it, but they don't really have an appetite for a full-blown war. My colleague Akansha is also joining us with more on this. Akansha, what is the latest update?
All right, so Shivani, I can't hear your question, but I can tell you that there's a confirmation coming in from both sides, which is Iran also now confirming that indeed 3 F-15 fighter jets of the United States were down. Now remember, earlier the statement coming in from CENTCOM was that this was during a combat operation where not just missiles, UAVs, but also Iranian aircraft were involved. Kuwait has also indicated this was a result of friendly fire. Now, of course, what's muddling the situation over here is clearly the barrage of missiles that have been bombarding Kuwait since the wee hours of the morning. It's roughly around at 4:30 a.m. What was being reported earlier was that 6 of the crew members had ejected safely, but now there's another confirmation coming in that 4 US service members have been killed.
So, Akansha, just a quick clarification. This is 4 more after 3 were announced last evening, or
Yes.
this is total 4 deaths now?
No, these are 4 more from the US CENTCOM. The confirmation coming in is, in fact, from Tampa, Florida, going on to say that as of 7:30 a.m. ET, March 2nd is what they are referring to. So on March 2nd, which is today, 4 US service members have been killed in action. The 4th service member was seriously wounded during Iran's initial attacks, eventually succumbed to their injuries. But most importantly, 3 of the US F-15 fighter jets have been down. This is a confirmation not just coming in from the US Central Command, but also now from Iran, that puts to rest the question with regards to the possibility if there were more F-15s involved. So far, we can tell you that 3 F-15s have indeed been down. Whether this was a result of friendly fire or the involvement of Iranian aircraft as well, whether this was a dogfight, we do not know. But 3 F-15s have been down, and this is huge. This is big news, because it only goes on to indicate that Donald Trump has clearly miscalculated this entire attack, because Iran is not throwing in the towel yet. They are digging in their heels, and they are going ahead, entering Kuwaiti airspace as well, because if Kuwait and its defense ministry have indicated that there was indeed a dogfight and Iranian aircraft were indeed involved, it goes on to say that their airspace has very much been violated by Iranian aircraft. Shivani.
We're getting more updates now. Even though America is claiming that its 3 jets were downed in friendly fire, Iran is now claiming that it is the one that has actually shot down those 3 US F-15s. Trump had claimed that this was friendly fire in Kuwaiti airspace by Kuwaiti Air Defense, but Iran says that these were targeted strikes. So is the fog of war now well and truly on, where different sides are going to say different things and possibly try to gain an upper hand in narrative as well, is the big question. Sanjay Suri is also joining us with more on this. But before that, I go across to my colleague Akansha first up. Akansha, now, this is the first such incidence where we've got a direct, contradiction in what US and Iran are saying. US very clearly saying this was friendly fire in Kuwait. First, Kuwaiti ministry came out and said, yes, multiple crashes have happened, but everybody is safe. Now, Iran is saying they are the ones who actually downed these aircrafts.
Absolutely, and if the US were to admit that this was a result of Iranian aircraft actually going ahead and downing these 3 F-15s, it is going to mean egg in the face of the US forces, which is perhaps why they are resorting to this narrative building. And we've seen that happen time and again. I would again want to allude to the kind of narrative that emanated out of Operation Sindoor when there were being claims made from both sides, and in fact what muddled it further were the claims that were made by the US president. But this is just a reminder to US, in fact, tasting their own medicine right now when it comes to narrative building. But the confirmation coming in from both sides that yes, indeed, 3 F-15s were downed. It's a huge military loss already within 48 hours now, in fact, ever since the conflict began for the United States. And Iran, as I said, is not throwing in the towel right now. They have already continued with their barrage of missiles. They are targeting oil refineries. The most significant one was in Aramco, where they have, in fact, also had to go and shut down that refinery. We'll have to see if there are going to be more strategic losses over here or not. But I can tell you these are big developments at the moment, and egg in the face almost in terms of the kind of calculations that were done by the US side. Shivani.
All right, let's also go across to Sanjay Suri, who continues to be with us. Sanjay, big contradiction coming in now from both the US and the Iranian sources. There's Iranians now saying that they're the ones who downed these jets. Now, it's pretty rare, for the benefit of our viewers, for an American F-15 to be downed. Now, if Iran managed 3 of them, that could indeed be egg on the face of Americans.
Well, it would be extremely unlikely that these were downed in a dogfight with Iranian aircraft. Iran simply does not have aircraft with that kind of reach, with that kind of power, and that's a fair distance from Iran. Whether it has the capacity to take on such aircraft and engage them in a dogfight and down them, that is a first question. It's a doubtful scenario where Iran could have done this, which is not to say it's absolutely impossible. The word from the US is that this was friendly fire. The word from Kuwait is a little uncertain, but whichever way this is, and if the Iranians certainly are going to jump in and claim this, they may have some evidence and some basis for claiming this. It may have been a dogfight, it may have been a missile fire, it may have been a drone. There are many possibilities here. But a straight dogfight between Iranian aircraft and these aircraft would, on first
this could
thought,
of course be surface-to-air
unlikely.
missiles more than a dogfight that could have taken place, and certainly Iran has the capabilities of those missiles. But I've got some important breaking updates now coming in. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had 2 important telephonic conversations. He spoke with the King of Bahrain, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and also with the Crown Prince and PM of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. PM has condemned the attacks on both of these countries, discussed the well-being of the Indian community in both of these countries as well. Remember, he has already had conversations with other Gulf countries yesterday, and the main focus for India continues to be that Indians in these territories should be safe. This is coming in even as India is condemning any kind of retaliatory strikes from Iran to these Gulf countries. But India, of course, has not really talked about the preliminary strikes by US and Israel onto Iran. But the very fact that Iran has chosen to attack some of these Gulf countries and even civilian or very key industrial oil-related facilities where there are civilian damages and loss of life that has been reported, all of that has not gone down well either with these countries or with India as well. So Iran certainly isolating itself as far as this retaliatory action is concerned. My colleagues Payal Mehta and Aman Sharma are also joining us. Aman, coming to you first, 2 more important calls today. Let's go across to Payal Mehta. Payal, if you can hear me, 2 more important calls today. What more does the release from the government say? What more was discussed?
Yes, the Prime Minister, in fact, calling two more leaders today, he's spoken to them vis-a-vis the condition that you see pan out in that region, in the West Asia region as well. And at the same time, spoke with the King of Bahrain, essentially talking about the strikes that have taken place. And it is said that it is a very important conversation where the Prime Minister has condemned the attack which is happening on civilians. Remember, bombs have been thrown, strikes have happened at, the airports, at residential complexes, etc., which is completely uncalled for. And why should the Commonwealth be made a victim out of this? That is something which has been condemned by the Prime Minister. And of course, the fury is there for everybody to see. The Prime Minister has expressed a great concern over the life of civilians, especially Indians who've been stuck in various places as well. And remember, Shivani, last evening, the meeting which began at 10:30 in the evening, where Dr. Jaishankar and the others were present in the CCS, there was a big deal that was made out of how to get Indians out of there and when can we start that evacuation process, really, given the fact that, the airspace is completely shut right now. So the meeting, which went on for more than 3 hours, also saw the Prime Minister talking to President Netanyahu in the night as well. So the India comes out and really says that there is no place for violence and no country can really be ready for war at this stage.
Important, geostrategic signaling here from India, Aman, because India is calling all of its Gulf partners first and foremost, and is standing by them, making statements, against attacks on their territory, more than, for example, has been pointed out on Iran itself. So very important geopolitical signaling this.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. The Prime Minister had called up the President of the United Arab Emirates yesterday, and today he's called up the King of Bahrain as well as the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, and his message is similar. He's condemning the strikes on these three nations by Iran. He's condemning these attacks, and especially because these attacks are on the civilian areas, civilian properties of these three countries. We have seen the Dubai airport being attacked. We have seen the Abu Dhabi airport being attacked. We've also seen strikes in Saudi Arabia also by Iran, in Bahrain as well. And that is why the Prime Minister is calling up the premiers of all these three countries, condemning the strikes by Iran. And also topmost on India's mind is the safety and security of the Indian citizens here. So the Prime Minister, while calling up the President of the UAE or the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia or the King of Bahrain, is also seeking reassurances from these leaders that the security of Indians remains paramount, that Indians remain safe in these countries, because right now any rescue effort is not possible because entire airspace is closed, no flights are flying. So India is depending on these countries to assure the safety of Indians there, and that explains all these calls. Yet the opposition in this country, Congress Party and others, are criticizing that why is India not speaking about the death of Khamenei, but at the same time, the topmost priority of India right now remains to ensure the safety of Indians and to, criticize the attacks on civilian targets in such countries by Iran. And that is what the Prime Minister seems to be doing through his diplomacy and these calls which are going out from him to the President of UAE yesterday and today to the King of Bahrain and the PM of Saudi Arabia.
Yes, and Payal, we've also been kind of thinking about this possibility where there will be a mission to get as many Indians back home, because a lot of them have been reaching out to embassies, to the Ministry of External Affairs. India has launched such programs in the past. Could something like this be on the lines for those who really want to come back to India right now, or who were stuck while they were trying to fly to India?
Well, Shivani, after a late night meeting of the CCS, I did speak to one of my sources, in fact, to ask them what really was happening in terms of what is our rescue plan, given the fact that they took a comprehensive review last evening about where the Indians are stuck, what are the missions doing, are the missions providing them assistance or not. But the fact remains that, when the entire airspace is shut, there's not much that you can really do. India is constantly monitoring the situation, constantly monitoring the state of affairs which exists. The locals have been asked to stay in touch with the embassy. In fact, quite a few VIPs have also been stuck. You remember Saina Nehwal, PV Sindhu, in fact, beg your pardon, has been stuck over there. She had a conversation with you yesterday as well. Sonal Chauhan was one of the people who actually had reached out to the Prime Minister through a post on X as well. So all of these things have been coming to the notice of the government, and a lot of students, especially students from Jammu and Kashmir, have also reached out to the government saying that they would like to be rescued as soon as possible. Everything is ready, it seems, but they are just waiting for the airspace to open up. Once the airspace opens up, and there is no risk for flying. In fact, if there is a nota which is in place, there's not much that you can really nota if it is in place. There's not much that you can really do as well. So India is watching the situation very, very carefully. And India is extremely concerned given the fact that Netanyahu also yesterday said that the situation will only escalate from here on. So India has, time and again, Shivani said that India is not neutral. When many countries and many people in the opposition ask India, what is your position? India's position is not neutral. India is in the position of peace. India takes the position of peace as well. That is something which has been articulated multiple times. So situation is being watched over. And the moment it's feasible for anybody to fly out, the rescue mission will definitely be launched. That's what my sources in the government are saying.
Okay. Aman, coming to you as well, there cannot be a more defining moment as far as West Asia for us is concerned. Because, yes, there's been a long-standing relationship with Iran, but it's clear that India, which is a much more important global player in decision-making now, is indeed sending signals that whatever is happening in Iran is separate. It doesn't really need to get involved there or even talk about it. What it needs to focus on is the relationship with some of these Gulf countries.
Well, absolutely, Shivani, and the CCS meeting which happened last night under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, even in that meeting, it was very clear that India will reach out to all the regional players, while be it in West Asia or otherwise, because India wants peace and de-escalation to happen in this particular region. I know India has been a very important player in West Asia. Just in this December, the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, had visited both Jordan as well as Oman. Then we saw the President of UAE visiting India in the month of January. You also had all the Arab foreign ministers coming to India in January, and the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, had met all of these Arab foreign ministers as well. So India and West Asia, from being a side player till many years ago, is now very much central. It is seen as a dependable player, a player which is neutral and does not take any sides. And that is why India has been pushing the top priority. As I told you, there's already contingency plans being made on how to rescue Indians who want to come back from the Middle East. It's a big number. There are nearly 8 million Indians who live in the Middle East, who earn their living there. So it will be a humongous task to bring them back. But I must tell you that contingency plans are already being made. And as Payal was saying, as soon as the airspace opens, India may make an effort to bring those back, people back who want to come back. Right now, the priority is to speak to all these regional players in the region, condemn the strikes on their civilian installations, and also impress upon them that they should take all steps possible to keep Indians safe in their respective countries.
All right, I do thank you both for joining us. Let's go across to Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Mordechai Kedar. He's a former IDF military intelligence man. I want to ask you, Iran claiming that Iran is the one that has downed these 3 American jets. What do you make of that claim that is coming in?
They are actually acting against their own interests because they now want high flames after we had low flames from the beginning of the war. And now they are willing to ignite the whole area. To ignite Saudi Arabia, to ignite Kuwait, to ignite the Emirates. They sent more drones to Kuwait, to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, more than they sent to Israel. To that degree.
What do you make of this strategy? Very quickly, sir, what do you make of this strategy? Why are they doing this? And how long will some of these countries, how long before they say to US and Israel that, we can't take this any longer?
This is the strategy of creating havoc and chaos in order to stop the war against them by America, because America doesn't want a havoc on all over the world and civil war, which, wars between countries, which nobody knows how to end them. And this is why they are widening the war. And actually, Netanyahu, our prime minister, said it explicitly to your prime minister, Modi, who visited Jerusalem last week. And he heard from Netanyahu that Iran poses a threat not only to Iran and to its neighbors, but to the entire region of the Middle East, if not also other parts of the world.
So who will blink first here? You're saying this is to mount pressure on America and Israel. Are they likely to blink? Because this is certainly getting out of hand.
Look, the Iranian regime should be kicked out either to Moscow or to China or to North Korea, or they should leave Iran. They should leave the state to better people like the Shah or others.
Okay.
They failed. They failed in everything, failed in human rights. Look how many thousands of people they just killed 2 months ago in the streets only because they were demonstrating without any weapons. This regime should be exterminated.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Just stay with me. I've got some more updates coming in. Qatar has shut down its LNG production now. 20% of the global gas supply could be hit. Indian government has also reviewed all the impact of this ongoing instability in the region. Indian Oil Minister has also chaired a key meet. Akansha is joining us with more on this. Certainly, some of the global impact in terms of power and energy could be quite steep, Akansha.
This is as Qatar itself has halted its own energy facilities, especially in Masai, the industrial city, and Ras Laffan industrial city. Two of these, in fact, were major LNG producers. And how is this going to impact India? Well, Qatar happens to be India's largest supplier of LNG. 10 to 11 million barrels is what, in fact, India was looking at. The 10 to 11 million tons per annum is, in fact, the business that India was giving to Qatar during the financial year of 2024 to 25. And so for India to be taking that decision is huge. This is just within 3 days of the conflict having started. Such is the impact on the market, especially on energy supplies. And the company said, as far as Qatar is concerned, that this is a precautionary move because both these industrial cities that I just now mentioned, Shivani, were targeted by Iran. Is this going to have a ripple effect? Are we also going to look at other refineries as part of Aramco? Because as we speak, the OPEC plus nations, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of these nations have in fact vowed to increase the overall oil and energy output by 35%. But if Iran is going to continue to attack all of these refineries, whether it is to do with oil production or even LNG, how will they be able to meet the global demand? Russia is sanctioned. Iran is completely shattered at the moment. Venezuela is going to take time when it comes to resurrection of their own oil economy. So this is going to be a global impact that the world needs to be bracing up for.
Yes, absolutely. And one wonders if the larger game is indeed oil and more control over it. Akansha, thanks a lot for joining us. But the other big update as far as this war is concerned is between Israel and Hezbollah. That is escalating sharply. Hezbollah has fired missiles and drones towards Israel, claiming the strikes were for retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader. The group says it targeted an Israeli missile defense site near Haifa in what it described as revenge for the recent attacks on Tehran. In response, the Israeli Defense Forces launched pre-dawn airstrikes on Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut's southern suburbs as well as across South Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, targeting command centers and operatives tied to the group. The Israeli military has now warned Hezbollah it will pay a heavy price for opening a campaign against the state, framing its strikes as defensive measures to protect its citizens and border. Israel has vowed this sharp retaliation after Hezbollah fired these missiles and drones. Defense Minister Israel Katz said, and I quote, "The terrorist organization Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for the shooting towards Israel." And Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, who decided on the shooting under pressure from Iran, he is now a marked target for elimination.
Overnight, the IDF carried out retaliatory strikes against several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, including command and control centers, launch sites, and senior terrorists. We were ready for this. As part of the preparations for our operation in Iran, the IDF prepared for an attack from Hezbollah, allowing us to carry out a swift response. As I am speaking right now, our aircraft are striking targets in Iran, including Tehran, such as underground bunkers of the terror regime. We are operating to eliminate any threats to our civilians and will continue doing so. Hezbollah is entering a fight it cannot win.
Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Kedar continues to be with us. A quick comment on this new opening up of the front with Hezbollah. How prepared is Israel to tackle this menace as well?
Well, we got rid of the Hezbollah leadership already more than a year ago, and we'll do it again. And there's no way to live side by side near states like Iran and organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas. These organizations should be finished totally, decisively. Otherwise, they will come again and will hit again. And you guys in India, you know exactly what this is. You had the terror attacks in Mumbai coming from Pakistan. These things have to be dealt with very decisively.
Okay.
And we are doing it in Tehran today, and we'll do it in Beirut tonight.
All right. I leave it at that. I do thank you sir, for joining us. More breaking updates coming in. UK is evacuating all security personnel from its military base in Cyprus following Iranian military strike. This is also, a widening of the conflict and the regional unrest. Remember, UK did not respond very kindly to the fact that one of its bases was also sought to be attacked by the Iranian retaliatory strikes. Even though UK initially took a stance against this US-Israel action, it said that none of its bases are going to be allowed to be used by these two countries. Then they had to recalibrate a little bit. They had to say, okay, for defensive strikes against Iranian missile strike sites, we might allow the use of British bases. Sanjay Suri is also joining us with more on this. Sanjay, what more are you picking up?
Well, we know that Israel has now called up 100,000 reserve troops, and that's a huge number. Israel has a formal army of about 600,000, so a calling of 100,000 reserves is a very significant pointer, and this is a step that goes with the announcement that we've had that Israel is not ruling out a ground offensive against Hezbollah. So clearly the IDF is preparing for a ground offensive. Whether it will be launched or not, we don't know. The first step is going to be more airstrikes. Again, we have word from the Israeli government and from Netanyahu himself that the attacks are going to be stepped up against Iran, most certainly. And now in the face of this attack from some groups of Hezbollah, the IDF is certainly going to hit them hard. We've seen that begin already through the airstrikes. But if this does lead then to a ground offensive, then that will widen the war front very, very significantly. And that is going to be a decision, and that would be a move that will have very long-term consequences and could potentially change the map around this region. That kind of result is not something Israel is exactly shy of.
Yes. Meanwhile, Iran is continuing to kind of draw in more of these global powers, European nations that actually didn't want anything to do with this, which is, of course, the attacking of the UK base in Cyprus as well. Already Donald Trump has said a short while ago that he was disappointed with Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister's stance, that he wasn't going to allow any UK bases to be used for the American action. Sanjay, I do thank you for joining us for the meantime. Western countries saw the death of Khamenei as a turning point for Iran, hoping that this will propel the country's public to take over and effect a regime change. But so far, none of that is transpiring. Instead, as we enter day 3 of this conflict, Iran is only making more and more statements showing its intent that nothing will change and it will come after US and Israel like never before. So this is the warning shot that has been shot by their foreign minister, saying we lost some commanders, but nothing has changed in our military capability. This time, retaliation will be even faster than before. Have studied US defeats over the past 2 decades and incorporated lessons. They say bombings in our capital have no impact on our ability to conduct war. There is no victory in this war. US and Israel cannot achieve their targets. Meanwhile, Iran has also shunned the idea of any talks with USA or Washington anymore, saying that Tehran will not negotiate any further. Ali Larijani said Trump has plunged the region into chaos with his false hopes. American first has become Israel first. He reiterated that Iranian forces did not initiate the invasion. In other words, the responsibility doesn't lie with them to exercise restraint. Iran has opened a broad front in its retaliation, striking strategic and military locations across the region. Take a look at some of the sites that it has attacked. Of course, a lot of them have to do with US bases in these Gulf countries, but there have also been sounds heard of firing over Riyadh. Of course, Tel Aviv is a big target for them. The Erbil Air Base, the Al Salam Air Base, US 5th Fleet, Al Udeid Air Base and Al Dhafra Air Base, all of them have been at the target. But the big question is that along with these targets, what has also happened is that civilian areas or certain critical installations like energy, oil, power installations have also come under attack, and that is certainly isolating Iran even further when it comes to these Islamic nations. Even Saudi Arabia, for example, has been furious, even though it initially attacked US and Israel for attacking Iran. I want to go across to Burzeen Wagmar, who's from the Center of Iranian Studies, South Asia Institute from University of London. How do you see this strategy from Iran, where it is alienating all of these Gulf countries? Today, the greatest specter of this war is actually playing out in countries like UAE and Saudi Arabia. Does this suit Iran in the long term?
It doesn't suit Iran, but it pursues what is part of the Islamic Republic's DNA since 1979. And people are perplexed as to why Iran is on all fronts with this scattergun approach. But then you must understand and back up a bit, Shivani, in that this is the pain threshold that Iran is willing to inflict upon itself as a Shia regime, which you don't necessarily find in Sunni Islam. It goes back to notions of martyrdom, suicide bombing, and killing with what they experienced during the 1980 to 88 Iraq War. It is in a way a replay of that, because that time too the Arabs were, supporting Iraq against Iran. This time it's slightly different in that it's not just Israel that it wants to attack, but roping in all these other GCC allies who until a fortnight ago had given their assurance publicly that we will not let the US or anyone else attack Iran in good faith. And they were not concocting deals with Jerusalem and Washington in the background. Far from it. We do know that MBS and the Saudis, for example, were not on board with this because in the last 1 year after June 2025 12-day war, Foreign Minister Arakchi was on a bridge building trip with Tehran, Cairo and the others. And he had somehow come to an amicable modus vivendi. It was still a strained relationship with the Arabs for all traditional reasons. But the Arabs, for example, Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, who had asked DC and Trump not to do this, had come to thinking that we can deal with a cornered, wounded, embattled, beleaguered Iran, which may not necessarily do much to us, given that its capabilities have been degraded from last June, and it's not able to fund Hamas and Houthis and Hezbollah.
You know, we are getting the first press conference from the Americans. Let's listen in.
Was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be: focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, but first, I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who along with his team are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. UCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units.
Viewers, America might have plunged the Gulf into chaos, and there's big breaking news coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to Aman to get it. Aman, this is very big news that is coming through. We are being told that the Iranian media has made some astonishing claims.
Well, yes, Rahul, what we are learning is that Iran's IRGC is now making a big claim that in the latest missile strike, they have targeted the Prime Minister Netanyahu's compound. They are saying that the Israeli Air Force commander's location has also been targeted in a surprise attack by the IRGC, and they are claiming that Netanyahu's fate is unclear. They are saying that they have carried out a very surprise attack where Netanyahu was, and Netanyahu's future fate is uncertain. Has he survived? Has he not survived? That is the IRGC's claim, big claim coming in today after Israel's big strikes in which Kenamai was taken out.
Well, you know, viewers, there is a lot happening on the ground there. I'm going to bring in Tom Cooper in just a few moments, but I'm going to go straight across to Akanksha also. Let's go straight across to Akanksha. Let's get some news from Akanksha. Akanksha, you're here with us, and I want to come straight out to you. It's a long newsroom, but there is some news breaking about the U.S. Embassy.
So the biggest that we are getting right now is with regards to Netanyahu's office being bombed. This is at least what Iran is claiming, that their IRGC has managed to bomb them. At the same time, Rahul, we must keep in mind that there's already information doing the rounds that Netanyahu has left the country. He's headed either to Greece or Germany. The whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister are not known. You know that the British consulate has also been attacked. So Kuwait very much on the radar.
And the the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down because apparently that was also targeted.
Yes, and why just Kuwait? Look at the way Pakistan has in fact been responding. 20 protesters already dead. Their consulate officers over there were retaliating severely. US is currently on tenterhooks because their IRGC is very much digging in their grounds. In fact, there's a warning for the viewers over here. A lot of misinformation doing the rounds as we speak, because there's already viral videos showing how Iranian nuclear sites have been bombed on the other side. There's also a confirmation coming in from IAEA that the Iranian representative has shared information that there is enough damage being done to the Natanz nuclear facility, which means there could be very much risks of radioactive leakage taking place. What is the IAEA going to do about this? How is the UN going to respond? We'll have to see. The next few 48 hours are going to be extremely critical.
So what now we are being told, and I'm going to come into with Aman here, what we are being told, and let's walk through. Aman, what have you got with you?
This is, Rahul, the picture put out by the AFP. This is where the smoke is billowing out very near the US embassy in Kuwait. This is the picture that the AFP has put out and clicked by their own correspondent. This is why the US embassy in Kuwait has been shut down. And earlier in the day we saw those horrific visuals coming from the US consulate in Karachi, which was also attacked by people. And this was the exclusive visuals, in fact, that our internal security editor Manoj Gupta had brought us. Horrific visuals, people being brought out, bloodied faces, one person was also being carried out, his body after he was shot. We believe that the US Marines had shot 20 Pakistanis dead for storming their consulate yesterday, and that is why today...
Yeah, there you're seeing it. There you're seeing some of those bloodied hands and faces and people shot and being carried out. You can see some of those pictures, those are dramatic pictures. And then, of course, let's just go back to the other photo of the Kuwait photo of the suspected attack on the US consulate there, and that's why the consulate is shut. Now, we don't know if there were people inside that consulate or not, but AFP putting out this photo of an area very close to the US consulate. Now, how are these missiles getting through?
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. The focus remains on the fury in the Gulf. The larger question, which of these entities will take the right stand in the interest of humanity, in the interest of peace, in the interest of perhaps a certain level of order in the world of economics, trade, and also lives and livelihood? Because if this fury and if this war continues into about 2 to 3 weeks, viewers, we are all going to feel an energy crunch. But all that and more after a quick check of the top lines. PM had two important telephone conversations today, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke with the King of Bahrain. He also spoke with Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. PM condemned the attacks on both these nations and discussed the well-being of the Indian community in both these countries. The Pentagon has said that the United States did not start the war, but they will finish it. American forces are hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically, adding that this is not Iraq, this is not endless. Number of American soldiers killed in action goes up to 4. One of the US troops who was injured has now succumbed. Big twist coming in after the US forces claim 3 F-15s were shot down due to friendly fire. Iran claims it shot down the jets. Qatar stops LNG production amid the targeting of oil infrastructure in the Gulf. They produce 20% of the world's LNG needs. Explosive visuals of carpet bombing across Tehran as tensions escalate. Donald Trump says Iran's interim leaders were willing to enter ceasefire talks and revealed operations had been designed to last 4 weeks or a shorter time if Tehran came to the table to agree on a nuclear deal. Iranian Security Chief Ali Larijani has denied that he reached out to Washington via Oman in an effort to resume nuclear talks. saying we will not negotiate with the United States. Iranian missiles destroy oil tanker flying the US flag while it was in the port of Bahrain. New satellite imagery reveals extensive damage to US 5th Fleet naval base in Bahrain. Reports indicate all US servicemen living and working on the base evacuated and shifted to hotels. In the past few hours, Saudi Arabia's main stock market index fell by 2.18% and Oman's main market index also dropped by up to 3%. Kuwait also suspended its stock market trading as a precautionary measure. Saudi Arabia temporarily shuts its key refinery Ras Tanura after being struck by Iranian drones. Riyadh says the fire following the strikes is under control and no refining facilities have been hit. Greece to send 2 warships and 2 fighter jets in defense of Cyprus following Iranian drone attack. Indian national killed after an attack on a tanker off the coast of Oman. The Indian embassy says it's in touch with local authorities who are carrying out search operations for other missing crew members. Death toll in Pakistan following violent protests over Khamenei's killing surges past 25 as more and more victims of US security forces firing succumb to their injuries. Well, it's a continuous flow of news and updates because the war is on and things are changing by the minute. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have revealed data from Operation Roaring Lion to date. They are saying that approximately 600 terrorist infrastructure sites of Iranian regime have been dismantled. That's the claim that they are making, that up to 600 terrorist infrastructure sites of the Iranian regime have been dismantled. But is that even 10% of the Iranian capacities and capabilities that the Iranians have? We will try and speak with our guests and understand how much of this is really going to hurt the Iranians, or are they also in a way ready for the long haul? As Largiani said, you want a short, sharp end to this. We are in it for the long haul and we know how to play this. We fought Iraq for 10 years and they know how to play this long game. Meanwhile, the counter-offensive has also shown that Iran has the firepower to target assets in the region. Iran's military assets, let's quickly look at this. Active personnel on ground, I'll move to this side. Active personnel on ground is about 610,000 active personnel, and they have 350,000 in reserve and also another 200,000 in para. So they nearly have about 1 million of personnel who they can call up. In terms of the air power, their total aircraft, they have 551 aircraft, 188 fighters. The total aircraft come down to about 128, or we've just, I think there's some error here. Helicopters are 128, attack helicopters are 13, and transports are 87. Now, meanwhile, tanks, 1,713 tanks, armored vehicles, 65,825, artillery, 2,462, and of course, rocket projectors, 1,517. This is all the Iranian actual army. Now, we're not counting the proxies and the number of rockets that the Hezbollah themselves have that go into about 60 to 70,000 rockets. In terms of naval power, this is what the Americans have wanted to try and suppress and bring down. And they claim that they have brought down quite a lot of their boats in the first set of attacks. Total vessels 107. These are subs, and a lot of them are mini subs, and they are quite potent in that Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. 25 of them, 7 frigates, 3 corvettes, and 21 patrol boats. One of these corvettes has been brought down by the Americans and the Israeli Operation Epic Fury already. That's what the Americans have already claimed. They want a weaker Iranian navy. More than that, nuclear sites and warheads, they have none confirmed as of now, but there is worry that they are very close to enriching uranium up to 90%, but that's still far away. It's not confirmed yet. In terms of ballistic missiles, they have the Sejul series, they have the Shahab series, In fact, we'll get into their missile ranges very soon. Their missile range is overall up to 2,000 kilometers, but they have a barrage that stacks up from 0 to 100 till up to 2,000 to 2,500. No nuclear subs. They don't have any nuclear subs, but they do have enough and more in terms of their ballistic missile arsenal. They've just unleashed the Khyber today, where they tried to strike the Israeli parliament and claimed that they've got Netanyahu, but that was not true. There came out to be a big bluff. Both sides claiming a lot. Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma with me, Adrian Fontanella is with us, Tom Cooper has been with us through the day. Gents, thank you very, very much. We've got our other guests also joining us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan will be with us on the other side. And we should have Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon. There he is. Namaste, Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you very, very much. Let's just start from within the studio and then I'll take it outside. Ambassador Saab, the safety of Bharatiya, nearly 8 million Indians in that region, is going to be key amidst all of this. How are we going to be able to ensure that?
So the first of all is to talk to the political leadership in those countries, and Honorable Prime Minister has already started doing that. In order to get the other second line ready, our embassies have already floated their toll-free numbers, helplines for them to call on. And once we have an integrated database, then I'm sure we will have the evacuation plan ready for them. And whenever there is the right time to evacuate, India is capable to do that. It has shown it in the past as well.
Yeah, but 8 million is not a small number, and also various nationals and nationalities. A lot of people will be a little worried because for a lot of them it's about livelihood. And if everything comes to a standstill there are no earnings. This can become a crunch situation. For a week, people can manage. 10 days, they'll stretch. But moment it spills over into nearly a month, then that's another concern that we'll have.
So that is something which is not in our hands. And that's why we have been urging the countries who are into this conflict to cease hostility as soon as possible. Not only for our own countrymen, but also for resuming normal trade, resuming normal energy supplies, resuming the connectivity through Chabahar and all. So all these things are a part of that. But unfortunately, that is an element we cannot control. And therefore, we have to be ready to evacuate as many as we can, not only to India, but also to the neighboring countries and safer zones in that geography.
But how long can we as a country stay neutral? Stay absolutely, on either side, speak to all sides and not just push for peace. Is there a possibility that we may also get dragged into this?
I think we are quite experienced in that, and our strategic autonomy of the foreign policy will drive us forward. And depending on the situation arising, we should be able to take a part.
Okay, we got more news coming through. Ayatollah Khamenei's wife has also succumbed to the injuries she suffered from the bombing and that entire concentrated pounding of the Khamenei compound by the US-Israeli attack on day one itself. So she is no more. So she is also eliminated. So one by one, barring one Hassan Khamenei, if I remember correctly, almost all the entire Khamenei is out. But Ali Raza has been appointed as one of the interim leaders, and many believe that he was the one closest to Ayatollah and he would be very clued in and he will take it forward. He's the one who's making the statements. He's the one who's saying we are going as per the plan outlined by Martyr Khamenei. That's what he had said earlier. Tom, your thoughts on that? How are Iran going to fight this?
Larijani remains the key figure.
Larijani.
Larijani, yes. And he has all the links in his hands and is pulling strings in his hands and pulling, as he likes. And Ali Reza is well, we are going to see which way is he going to go, because there are two variants of the teachings along which the supreme leader of the revolution is supposed to run. But as expected, they have very quickly replaced all the losses.
They've also got a defense minister in place?
Yes, all the commanders as well. These is an entirely new generation. These people are foremost technocrats. They are not so much, there are very few people left with combat experiences from Iran-Iraq war, which is like the old guard has had it. So this we can, excuse me, but as Europeans, on the basis of experiences of the last few years, we have learned to go for the worst case scenario. And that means in this case, it's going to be it's going to get even more intensive.
More intensive. Worst case scenario. Adrian, you agree before I bring in General Thilan and Dr. Ranganathan? Yes, Adrian?
Yeah. I'm focusing on military aspects.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's a surprise that the Iranians managed since 3 days now to continue such an intensive bombing campaigns with their missiles and UAVs all over the Middle East. There are some still unconfirmed numbers from the Jerusalem Post, but it is unconfirmed, so it's probably a rough idea rather than any true, but which counted something like 1,500 missiles and UAV shot during the first 2 days of the war. It's enormous, and they managed to do it in the face of Israeli and American air suppression campaigns. So if they can continue it that fashion during weeks on end, then it is extremely worrying.
Does that surprise you that the Iranians had so many ballistic missiles and also UAVs?
No, it's not a matter of the number of missiles, but the ability to fire them continuously fire them whilst they have to avoid detection from the US intelligence array, satellites, electronic gathering, and so forth. So, of course, they can use the immense geography of Iran, the sheer size of Iran, and the mountainous terrain. But still, they weren't firing that much during the 12 days war last year against Israel. And now they are managing to do more, whilst it is even more difficult to do so.
Right. But
if you permit one more remark.
Yeah.
We see, particularly in this loss of 3 US F-15s over Kuwait, shot down by friendly forces, that the coordination on the US side is poorer than expected. And I think it is not much better on the Israeli side. Why? Because both chiefs of general staff and all the top commanders have been adjusted, by figures handpicked by Netanyahu and Trump respectively. So the performance is not where it might have been expected, let's say this way. Performance of the US and Israeli armed forces.
Is it possible, Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, that in friendly fire you'd lose 3 F-16s? Or it's always that the F-16s need to be protected? Because the Iranians claim we got them down. And the Americans have accepted. There were ballistic missiles, there were drones, and there were Iranian aircrafts. So F-4, F-5s, and the second generation, third generation aircraft brought down a fourth generation aircraft?
Good evening, Anand, and good evening to the fellow panelists and viewers. See, the question about 3 aircrafts of that technical level being brought down by a friendly fire, I think something is amiss here. Otherwise, there is a very old military proverb. Friendly fire is the most accurate fire. It never misses its target. But having said that, see, one odd aircraft getting down under friendly fire scenario is okay. But 3 of them in a short span of time, I think there is more to it. And as the time would pass, I think the clarity would come. I would not hazard a guess here, but 3 in one friendly fire is little too much.
Right. 3 in one friendly fire is a little too much. What's your assessment? Do you see it more escalating a little more?
Absolutely. If these aircrafts have been downed by Iranian missiles, it would escalate more. And as the point was being made with our guest in our studio, see, the first and foremost thing during a war is to suppression of enemy air defense. Once the enemy air defense has been suppressed, then is the next stage is carrying out the air superiority. Once that is achieved, then the missiles and drones will stop and the aircrafts would start going in and start taking on the pinpoint targets. It's been already 60 odd hours. 60 odd hours, the
Iranian air defense, I don't think has been completely suppressed to be complete air superiority has been achieved. That's the reason they are able to move their missiles to the alternate sites, to the secondary sites, and fire from within their own area of influence.
Correct.
And that is how they are doing multiple type of missile firing.
Right.
The hypersonic and all, they're targeting the Israeli areas and the American sites, which is piloted by the, say, these DUD missiles or the older missiles to give a shield from the incoming shield to the radars out there.
Right.
The radars pick up the DUD missiles coming as pilots at a slower speed, and that is when from behind the hypersonic would come and hit the target intended. So there is a lot of tactics being involved at the lower level or at the planning level, and then they're shifting the site immediately after the firing has taken place, so that their location of missile firing does not get picked up, and even if it gets picked up, by the time the enemy reacts, they would have shifted to the alternate site.
Right.
But this 3 aircrafts, I think there is more to it.
Sir, Tiny sir, what are you doing in Chandigarh? Come and join us here in the studio. So this is so beautifully explained. We would like to do this here in our war room. So you must.
I thought the offer is to. I thought the offer was to go to Gulf and evacuate our diaspora.
No, so that we'll do. That is next step if things get to that level. But with Tom, it will be great to have you also with us in our studio to try and game this and also see what's going to be the next level in terms of the military tacticals, in terms of kinetic action from both ends. We'll try to understand what Iran is going to do and what, of course, the joint operations of Epic Fury are going to do. Dr. Ranganathan?
Yeah, on a lighter note...
Seldom do I forget to speak to you, but these days what happens with war is, and with so many Faujis, you tend to get ignored. It's not on purpose, Dr. Ranganathan. Please go ahead.
Absolutely not. It is my pleasure and honor to be part of this panel, and I'm here to absolutely learn as a layman. But on a lighter note, the only way you can get General Dino, off to the studio is to offer something more than 8 p.m., if you know what I mean. But
okay.
On a lighter note.
Okay.
But, let me first address the issue, the so-called burning issue, quite asinine rather, that the opposition has brought up as to the silence of the Prime Minister. No condolences for the taking out of Khamenei. And whether he was a legitimate target. Let me pose a question, very simple question, and then I think the answer would be quite evident. Would Anand, a Pakistani leader who is commander-in-chief of his armed forces that are attacking India, who stocks nuclear arms and enriches uranium clandestinely, who calls India a cancer and vows that he will wipe India off the map, who trains and supports and funds multiple terror organizations on his soil, who then arms and sends terrorists to India to kill thousands of innocents. Would such a leader be a legitimate target for India? That's the question. And if the answer is yes, just replace Pakistan with Iran and India with Israel. So I don't know what this brouhaha is about. If at all the Shias of India are looking for a supreme leader, let it not be this terror apologist, in fact terror perpetrated Khamenei, but in fact al-Sistani, who is a legitimate leader of the Shias in Najaf in Iraq. So I think the Indian government should come out very quickly and kind of suppress this. I'm hearing a lot of disturbing reports about, a lot of videos going viral as to how Shias in India would want to go to Iran to fight this war against Israel. All this nonsense needs to be stopped. Iran was not a friend of India under Khamenei, as much as we would like to believe. In fact, Operation Sindoor, the only support we got was from two nations. One was Taiwan and the other one was Israel.
Right.
This Khamenei guy actually called India an oppressor state. So let's get these facts out of the way. Number two, I repeat what I said earlier. I think, to be honest, of course, there are experts on the panel, so they would, of course, know more than I do. But I think Donald Trump would be fuming today, because the reason why he got into this war was he wanted to end it as soon as possible. And the success that they got was on day one itself, which is they took out the supreme leader. He must have thought, look, it's going to be pretty clear from now on. Let's be short and swift. We don't want body bags. We don't want a Vietnam or Afghanistan-like situation. And unfortunately, it's going a bit pear-shaped today, what with the 15s being brought down and what looks like targets, US targets being attacked.
One should never have this one to underestimate the enemy. When you underestimate the enemy, you're making a fool of yourself. That's always the case. And the Iranians are no pushovers. This is a nation that has fought a 10-year-long war. This is a nation that has been able to, despite all the sanctions, be able to sell oil to the world, and also make billions of dollars and fund the Hezbollah, the Hamas, the Houthis, and also Islamic Jihad, etc., and fund so many other entities while trying to push its ballistic missile programs leagues ahead of anybody else. You know, if you look at in the neighborhood, surrounded by enemies, they've still been able to do it with allies who have been from far away, be it China or Russia, however you'd like to look at it. We've just got another update. Hegseth has not ruled out putting American boots on ground, viewers, in Iran. So now they're getting sucked in. Tom Cooper had a chuckle there. So let's start from that.
Good luck with that idea. Because, I mean, first they have to bring the troops to the Persian Gulf. Secondly, they have to build up supply stocks. That might take months. We have seen how long it took them to build up enough force for this operation. And as said, the chiefs of staff of the U.S. Armed Forces have said what they have now, that was 2 weeks ago, is barely enough for 7 or 8 days of war. So now putting the boots on the ground, I said, good luck. Where do they want to put these troops? Who is going to risk Iranian retaliation if somebody, one of the Gulf states, permits these boots to be put on its ground?
So they have to get there to be able to put boots on the ground. And for that, they have to push the Iranians back. This whole criticism about the Prime Minister staying silent, India already taking sides while trying to look neutral. Do you agree, disagree with Dr. Ranganathan there? General Dhillon coming, sir.
I'm not in agreement with Mr. Ranganathan on that point. Prime Minister is making all the important calls, and the announcements will be done not on anyone else's timing. It will be on India's timing. Whenever we are comfortable with it, whenever we think that our national interests are being served, at that time the leader of the country will speak out.
Yes, General Dhillon.
Anand, the point which was being discussed by putting boots on ground. See, it's a very easy statement to make, putting boots on the ground in a hostile country. I'll just give you immediately what comes to my mind as to what all does it involve.
Yeah.
First of all, it involves securing an airhead. That means an airfield has to be secured on ground so that your aircrafts can land there. For that, some para-action has to be done. That is, the troops have to be airdropped. They will secure that aerodrome or airstrip. And then once the airstrip is secured, your aircraft will land with the heavy loads and other troops, and they will take the defenses around the airport and also put on the air defense assets. Thereafterwards, the infantry has to fan out, secure the area around up to about 5 to 8 kilometers so that close local counterattack cannot be launched. Thereafterwards, they have to secure some area where some hotels are there, some buildings are there where their troops will house, their communication centers will be housed, and their network will start operating from there. And then they have to fan out like an oil bubble in water to secure the ground around it. And in a country like Iran, I don't think that is possible. Putting boots on ground is a very, very difficult operation. Firstly, to secure a country of the size of Iran, I don't think Americans have those many pair of boots.
They don't have those kind of boots itself. Yeah, yes, Adrian.
Just for all the reasons explained, I would basically say it will just be useful to provide Iranian easy targets or more targets to inflict more human casualties to the Americans, and that's it.
No, and not just that. The Iranians know this art so well. They'll take some of these soldiers hostage And then what happens to Trump and what happens to the politics back home and what happens to the constituency back home, where the US Congress anyway is upset that you've not even taken congressional approval before, unleashing this. Yeah, the US Congress.
The public is against this war.
Yeah, but this is why the Iranians are not so easy to beat. Just quickly taking our viewers through this, the kind of missiles that they have and how they can use them. They've just started. That's what they believe. Everybody estimates they have about 2,000 ballistic missiles, but the Ayatollah had actually, and as per the Israelis, had said that by 2027 you should have 8,000 so that we can strike Israel once and for all and wipe them out. Now look at what they already have. So I'm just going to move here. So the Shahab 1, 300 kilometers. Fateh 110, that's also 300 kilometer range. And the Shahab 2 and Fateh 313. So there are two missiles that they have in the 500 kilometer range. So from 300 kilometers upwards. So then you have the Quds 1 at 700 kilometers. Then there is the Zulfikar and the Qiyam 1 at 800 kilometers. Qadr 380, that goes up to 1,000 kilometers. And now come the long-range ones, which seem to have been pushed into play today. The Shahab 3, we'll just go back one page, please, if we can. The Shahab 3, the Khyber, and of course, then you have the Sejal and the Somar crew. So just fire this again if we can, and then we'll try and see if we can see all of them. This is 1,300 kilometers, and the Somar cruise missile at about 2,500 kilometers. In between this is the Khyber, which can go up to about 1,500 kilometers. That was used even today. And then you have the hypersonics that which start traveling and hardly give anybody any time. Now, Tom, if you can join me here. Oh, we don't have the this one pulled out today. We don't have the map pulled out. We'll get our team to try and see if we can pull out the map, and then we can ask. Where is it? We'll get the team to come in and do it. But where is it? Where is it that Iran is going to fight its battle? How is it going to prolong this war? That's what I want to understand. And has the the American side gamed this possibility? Because they have two key arteries. One is their spread and Iran's lay of the land, and where all they have their installations. And these vulnerable UAE Gulf nations, not just UAE, but the Gulf countries, plus the Strait of Hormuz. So how do you see Iran dragging this to make it far more inconvenient and expensive for the Americans? Tom, and then General Dhillon, then we'll alternate. Yeah. And then Ambassador.
I said earlier, I expect them to go guerrilla mode, which means they are going to start hiding, disappearing. They're going to use the terrain, of which there are lots of mountains. Iran is foremost a mountainous country. To hide inside well-prepared shelters, underground facilities, which most of American weaponry cannot even reach.
But they have the B-52, the bunker busters. That's not enough.
Yes, but these bunker busters said they were developed a few years before the Iranians started constructing large-scale underground facilities, and then the Iranians constructed these facilities under the reach of such weaponry, of most of such weaponry. So
they first said, okay, how far can this bust us?
Exactly, yes.
So let's go till then, and then go a little more, few many more meters below, and then start building our facilities.
And they become extremely experienced in regards of constructing such facility, which is not easy, which is very complex. So they are going to disappear, hide, and if nothing else, even if not using underground facilities, they can always use camouflage nets and similar items. So you have to keep in mind that the mass of Iranian missiles and UAVs is launched from commercial trucks, which means they are very easy to hide in civilian traffic. So whoever now wants to destroy every single of these launchers has to destroy every single civilian truck. From 3.5 tons trucks for the UAVs up to 13.6 commercial tilt trailers for bigger missiles. So they are easy to hide, actually.
They're easy to hide, but they also have a limited stock because these missiles can't be manufactured overnight.
Of course, so they cannot replenish this stock because most of the factories have meanwhile been hit. So this is their major problem. But they have sizable stocks, and I would say they have probably more ballistic missiles than the Americans and Israelis can defend from.
Right, General Dhillon, your thoughts? As I'm going to ask Tom to walk up with us here and let's try and game this if we can. Yes. Where do you think Iran is going to take this attack now? Yes, sir. Hanji.
Yeah, is it for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, General Dhillon.
Yeah, see, as so nicely explained by Tom, all these underground facilities are not only underground, they are at the base of the mountains. For the better understanding of our viewers who understand the geography of Afghanistan well, because Afghanistan has been in news for last so many years, northern Iran is extension of Afghanistan terrain towards the west. And all those Tora Bora caves and mountains and all is what the terrain looks like in the northern Iran.
This is northern Iran.
So northern Iran is all mountainous. And these tunnels are not underground, these tunnels are under the mountains.
Okay.
So the overhead protection which an underground tunnel has is about say 10 meters, 20 meters. It is a whole mountain on top of the tunnel. Only the entry of the tunnel can be hit, and it's like hitting a airstrip, which can be you can say opened up again in 8 to 10 hours.
Okay, so, use a brighter color so that it's visible.
I've marked mountains, so main mountain ranges in Iran. This is just in the west and the south. So most of these are 1,500 meters high. Some are even 2,000 meters high. In between are deep valleys, some semi-deserts, and so on.
Can we spot it if we zoom in a little?
Of course.
If we open it up a little, and then we can show to our viewers how this terrain is. Like Isfahan. Isfahan has been, and Kermanshah, these areas have been targeted quite often. Najafabad, Isfahan is here, yeah.
Isfahan is a big desert, in the middle of the semi-desert, actually. So perhaps not the best example. But if you go down here, there is ever more and more. I flew over Iraq, for example. When you look towards east, towards Iran, you see just dark mountains.
This is all becomes mountainous.
Yeah, this is all mountains up here.
Okay. So
essentially, it is so many mountains that there is major problem in regards of traffic connections between Tehran and the Khuzestan province, for example.
Kurdistan. So what is Iran going to do now? Yes, Dr. Ranganathan, please go ahead.
As a layman, if I were an Iranian dictator trying to hide my nuclear arsenal and other facilities, would I not try and make those facilities under a very densely populated city rather than a mountain?
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
They would.
So that means they're constructing such facilities always inside mountains. You can see this in particular in Esfahan area, west of Esfahan.
Yeah, that's west of Esfahan. Yeah.
Where the nuclear facilities are here in the mountains.
So what he's saying is, why under the mountains and why not under cities, like the Hamas would do, under Gaza? So,
in the case of Gaza, construction of underground facilities, so to say, modern expression, is well known, several thousand years into history. So this is because the soil is soft.
Soil is soft.
But here we have, it depends on what kind of soil we have. And it is simply better rock, so to say. I don't know enough about geology to explain it. But it is
what they've actually done is it's also about strategy, and General Dhillon can weigh in on this, Adrian and Ambassador can also weigh in on it. From my understanding is the fact that they're using the mountains because the top cover is hard rock. So nobody's going to be the wiser about how much is the capacity of building. You're not building an array of pipes and stockpiling weapons. You're building technology, and you're enriching uranium, or you're trying to build ballistic missile technology which you don't want anybody to see. And that's the reason why you keep it away from the people, so that one, you don't harm your own people, but it's secret, ultra secret. Nobody can see or spot. All you see is rock and and mountains. Perhaps that's the other counter strategy. But how is Iran going to?
Yeah, there are north of Tehran. There are huge underground facilities. This is kilometers long. Many are not even known, not even to the Americans, or they are known, but only their entrances and roads leading to them are known. So this is Tehran.
Yeah, this is Tehran.
So, more or less, all of these mountains here are full of underground facilities. And some of them are stretching for kilometers deep into the
under the ground. So, so if the Hamas made their thing under the city of Gaza, the Iranians have done it under the mountains. So that's what they've done. They just use the same template. but they changed the terrain. But the fact is that this is all we're talking about, the western part of Iran, as I make it shorter. But we've not even looked at what their facilities are in central Iran. If we were to look at central Iran, the facilities that they have here, the Americans have still not targeted central Iran, and they may have installations and facilities there, Adrian?
Yes, absolutely so,
Yeah? And from here, what can they fire? What will they use, and where will they, to keep dragging this war, if I may say that?
From here, they are already firing heavier ballistic missiles at Israel, those with range 2,000 kilometers. For example, Khorramshahr, which has 6 re-entry vehicles, which means 6 warheads.
Yeah. Khorramshahr, somewhere...
Khorramshahr is named after a city which is here in the south and which was destroyed during the Iraqi invasion of 1980.
1980. The Khorramabad, was this or further down here, you're saying?
It is down here, near the Persian...
Now, how are the Iranians entering Kuwait? Why